Mech pilots, online. BattleTech manuals, online. Long-term memory, offline. All systems bungled. Initiating BungleTech Podcast.
In our 38th episode of BungleTech, a BattleTech podcast, we're bombarding you with guests galore as Michael and I reflect on the Global Campaign Initiative, chatting with our collaborators Denham and Steve from the Mech Bay Podcast, Dante, our narrative lead, and participants Brent from Of Mechs and Men and Zemer from the Valhalla Club Podcast. On top of this, we welcome some new members to the clan in our extraordinary proclamation, and we share the complete narrative interludes, including the new closing interlude to the Global Campaign Initiative. It's a super heavy episode, MechWarriors. Prep yourself for some dramatic twists, turns, and obligatory PSRs.
Bonus objective. Extraordinary proclamation. Initiating.
As we celebrate the end of the Spherical Campaign Initiative, it is my great honor to welcome our two newest members. The esteemed Loremaster, Emilio Espinoza, peerless in his judgment and profound in his words. He is welcomed into our Hall of Loremasters to join those most dear to us. Alongside him, we are joined by the capable and insightful technician, Boy in a Box, though we hope to one day extricate him from this tricky situation. Whether you two have come to us today because of your great respect and admiration for the SCI, or because you think you can keep us from doing further harm by being on the inside, you honor us with your presence. Welcome to the clan, and thank you to all our members, new and old. You help us to accomplish great things. Ill-conceived things, but great nonetheless. Our gratefulness knows no bounds. Selah.
The conflict on Galatea continues to escalate as gang violence has intensified and skirmishes have broken out between mercenary units in the city and surrounding areas. Even in these violent times, however, there are tales of grit and heroism. Following Duke Nowakovsky's announcement last week of the exclusive planetary pacification contract given to Group W, the decorated mercenary unit has been acting rapidly to dismantle any resistance by both bonded and unbonded units. Today, Captain Heinrich of Group W's 2nd Dragoons provided a prepared trio through the press bureau, declaring the elimination of the notorious Swordbreakers gang, including their leader, Haruto Arakawa. While yet unconfirmed, the destruction of the Swordbreakers would be another in a series of high-profile gangs and companies to meet their end on Galatea, after Claw and Order in March, and the Yard Dogs late last week following the immolation of their command barracks. Given a number of bonded units have similarly degraded or dispersed on Galatea, the MRBC has asked for any information on the whereabouts of several MechWarriors believed to be injured or killed, so that their pilot status can be appropriately updated and posthumous honors or charges may be assigned. Hiccup, Horrendous Haddock, Fish Legs, Rafael Diego, Mako, and Kilgannon. Our hearts go out to all of the brave warriors who have met their ends on the bloodied streets of Galatea. That's all for now, and these are tales of heroism in the sphere.
Primary objective. Podcast topic segment. Initiating.
Welcome back, MechWarriors. Let's start our primary topic segment off right with a conversation with Global Campaign player Zemer from the Valhalla Club Podcast and Brent from the Of Mechs and Men podcast. Hello, venerable listeners. Welcome to another episode of BungleTech. Today, we are diving deep into the Global Campaign Initiative, and we have, something pretty special, I think. We have two guests of renown, famous, more famous than our podcast, that's for sure. Zemer from the Valhalla Club is joining us, and Brent from Of Mechs and Men. Hello, friends.
Hello, Nate. Thank you for having me. I'm going to apologize. I'm a little sick today, so my voice is probably going to be way out of whack.
I also greatly appreciate you having me on, and it's good to finally be on your illustrious BungleTech podcast.
Whoa. That word's a little bit too big for us at BungleTech. Slow down there. I know you're part of a book club. You like fancy books, fancy words, but you got to keep it simple for us. Okay, Brent, promise me you'll keep it simple.
I'll do my best.
Just say fancy next time. Listeners, why are these guys here? What's going on? Well, I'll tell you why. First, they're in general cool people. Why wouldn't they be here? Why are you so critical, listener? Take your criticism and put it in your pocket, because this is what we're doing today. Zemer and Brent have been playing the Global Campaign arguably religiously since it came out. They have completed it all the way through. They actually streamed it. They had some decent viewership as they were streaming it, and they went all the way through the adventure. As a matter of fact, I think they were one of the first tables to complete it. So today's episode is focused on the Global Campaign, looking back at it, looking at the experience of designing it, things we could do better, things we've done well, et cetera, et cetera. Who better to get in the podcast to discuss how it actually felt running it than two people that were actively streaming it. And, like I said, one of the first tables to actually complete the campaign. Anyhow, I'm stoked to have them here, and we're going to be diving deep with them. And Brent already told me he's going to be mean to me, so remember, if you don't like what he says, Of Mechs and Men is their podcast, you know what to do. Get in there and post negative comments.
At heat.management.
Yeah, send it, exactly. I forgot you guys have that email. Yes, right. Listeners, advice at heat.management. If he says anything mean, send him an email being like, I don't like it when you're mean to Nathan.
Yeah, any criticisms for Omam, that goes right there, including the awesome fan art. That's an inside joke.
Okay, guys, well, let me start out. Let me start with a big question for you. I want you to explain your setup was a little bit unique, but explain your table to me and how you really ran the Global Campaign Initiative.
I think I'll take the head on this because I was the one who...
I was going to give it to you.
All right, well, thank you very much. So for the BungleTech campaign, the Global Campaign Initiative, Brent and we streamed missions 2 through 10, primarily using tools made by a member of the community, Break Time Phil. I want to get the shout out to him right away. I will, no joke, without his contributions to Tabletop Simulator, me and Brent wouldn't have been able to stream over half the campaign because of his tools. Even when we weren't playing his mods, we were still using his assets that he had uploaded, including mech 3D models and whatnot. So for each mission, I don't know where I was going with this. Darn. Yeah. Thoughts escaped my mind. Anyway, we hopped on Tabletop Simulator. I built a 3D map. For the first half of the campaign, we were playing Hexless Battletech, which was a new experience for me, but Brent insisted on it. And you know what? It wasn't half bad. I only wanted to pull my hair out, a quarter of the time. Not that I have any left anyway to lose. But great time. After mission 5, we switched over to playing Alpha Strike. Now, for Alpha Strike, that's when, again, this is where I have to say it's like without Break Time's contribution, we were just wholesale using his scripted Alpha Strike mod, which made the game so much faster. He has it scripted in a way where it can auto-calculate shots for you. It makes setting up games like literally the click of a button if you wish to go that route. But oftentimes I was handcrafting missions.
Okay, and so am I correct that, Zemer, you GF'd the entire campaign and Brent played the entire campaign?
Yeah.
That is correct.
I put up being Brent's GF for a few months.
How was he as a GF, Brent, for you? Was he a good GF?
He was great, especially as far, we are, kind of putting on a show, right? And So, it's important. It's just as important, like when to apply pressure as when to like pull it back as a GF, as of course, Nate. And he did an excellent job of that. He did a great job. I know a lot of things were, he was kind of early on, there was stuff he was learning, and there was growing pains on both sides, actually, because I believe it or not, I've only played in one or two official style like campaign BattleTech things. Now I've played in way more than that were not like kind of an official like setup where we were it was more of a role play game where BattleTech was kind of, well, I would actually say it was BattleTech with an RPG slapped on the side. We were using Savage Worlds, actually. But yeah. So there was growing pains kind of on both sides as we were figuring stuff out. We were also playing a couple other campaigns simultaneously as well. Well, simultaneously. We started halfway through playing Hinterlands. Well, starting a Hinterlands campaign, and now a BattleTech Aces campaign as well.
So wait, you're doing 3 simultaneous campaigns you're playing in?
Yes.
A lot of BattleTech. You do a BattleTech podcast, guys, and you read BattleTech books. That's a lot of BattleTech, guys.
BattleTech has really consumed my life, if I'm being honest. Well, which I'm mostly happy with. There are days where I'm like, I need some not BattleTech to eat today,
Yeah.
But mostly good.
That's good. I like the commitment. So on the topic of, growing pains and, you were throwing a lot of campaigns. You're doing 3 different campaigns at the same time, yet this is still, you're saying, sort of is newer to campaign experience for you until you decide to do 3 at the same time, which is absolutely insane. But anyhow, let's not get into the psychosis of that. I'm just curious. One thing that's been really interesting to me when I've been hearing feedback from players is to find out what tables have decided to modify specifically for their table to play the global campaign on it. And I imagine you guys might have done some funky stuff because you had a different medium in which you were playing it, like Tabletop Simulator, you were streaming it and all that stuff. Plus you had 3 different campaigns going on. I don't know if you carried over mechs from other campaigns or you were doing anything funky in there.
We started out fresh, man. Fresh mechs. I will say this was my first time like actually really trying to be an entertainer during streaming. I just have not had any experience trying to play video games while people were watching. So for our start with your campaign, we started a fresh merc company. One of the first modifications that we tried to do, the campaign that you were setting up was leaning heavily into the Chaos campaign rules, but because Hinterlands was fresh out when the global campaign initiative started, we decided we're going with hinterland rules. Brent, make a scale 1 force, 3,000 battle value, grab your mechs, let's roll.
Cool. So
I did accidentally.
Sorry, go ahead.
Good.
Brent was going to say he cheated. He took 3 mechs. You're only supposed to have 2. He kept it under 3,000. So it's like, you could get away, bud. You can have that javelin.
I did not read the Hinterlands rules as well as I should have. And I did take 3 mechs instead of 2 because that seemed to make sense to me it seemed like a good idea to me at the time.
Book boy didn't read.
That's the whole theme of my podcast, so it's okay. I understand.
Dude, the amount of times I've looked at a rule book and my eyes just completely glazed over when it's like literally the rules right in front of me. Like that was one of the most frustrating things during the streams is trying to look up a rule. And it's like, I'm just staring at a PDF and not absorbing anything.
And, that's a lot of fun for people to watch, right? It's funny because I've been playing BattleTech for years and I have to look up some of the same rules over and over and over again. So I in some ways, I think that our show even embodied a little bit of BungleTech because there would be regular times that sometimes I'd just be tired and, I'd literally forget a rule that we'd been using the whole time. And, that
makes me happy.
It was great when chat would sometimes come in clutch and be like, this rule that you're looking for, this is how it works. And it's like, thank you very much. Now we could just move on because we're taking your word for it because it sounds right.
I was just going to try and answer the core of your question real quick, which was the table, right? The table setup. We did it all in Tabletop Simulator. That was one of the reasons for originally using, well, it wasn't the exclusive reason for wanting to play Hexless. I usually play Hexless when I play locally here, which is a whole nother deal. But by Hexless, I mean the miniature rules, which is what it's called. But we wanted to use Tabletop Simulator because we wanted it to be visually entertaining. Not to say that like Mega Mech isn't, but right, it's 2D, right? It can it's not very dynamic. Right. And excellent tool. Like, I'm not talking any shade about Mega Mech. Those guys are working hard over there to make something that's really awesome for BattleTech players. It's an amazing program. But, for the medium of Twitch and people watching it, we wanted it to be, more visually stimulating. So we wanted to use Tabletop Simulator, and we were kind of limited by the terrain and stuff we were able to find to use for this. And so, but our tables, I'd say, as far as like being what you would see at like a game shop or whatever, it wasn't really conceptually that far off, even though we were using Tabletop Simulator.
Cool.
Biggest difference was, some dropships got to actually be on fire. Most game shops will frown upon if you just light your terrain on fire in the middle of the store.
Game shops are so lame, right? Can you believe that?
I know.
God. I'm all about immersive gaming experiences.
That's right.
Why can't I turn on the fog machine in the middle of the mall? Why can't I, dump gallons of water to simulate a typhoon?
Can't you understand? I'm role-playing over here. I'm role-playing.
Don't break my immersion, bro.
Why are you putting me in cuffs? I'm a role player. I'm an artist. You use some of the Hinterlands rules instead, is what you said, but are there any other, for example, any initiative stuff, or how did you handle repairs in between battle? Was everything basically trying to be as close as possible?
So we were using the Hinterlands rules, we were worried about logistics. So repairing mechs, sourcing ammo, all that stuff, we were going Hinterlands rules. So I remember after the mission 2, me and Brent had discussion. Oh, hey, your Gladiator, you have an SRM launcher in there and you are carrying SRM ammo. Do you want to reload? Do you want to spend the support points to reload that? Or do you want to just let it go? And he decided to let it go, which is a fun choice to make, I believe, in my opinion. When you're dealing with like little logistics things like that, same case was for the Javelin. It's like, well, realistically, he didn't fire that much ammo. I think he's fine. Let's let it ride. We'll tuck those support points in our back pocket for a rainy day.
Cool.
So I think some deviations that we made, there were player force modifiers that we didn't always play with. Most of the time, it kind of came down to what do we think is going to be like fun or thematic for this mission. Some of the modifiers were just not fun, to keep it simple, just like not fun or super engaging. It's just like, we don't really want to do that. I'm trying to look up an exact example off the top of my head. Brent, can you save me? Do you remember ones that we dropped?
To the notepad.
Yeah, to the notepad. Do.
I can think of ones we like added down the line.
Like the modifiers that were there and we ran with? Because like that happened play at times, but
we used those modifiers, I would say about like 75% of the time. Just to be like, I would say we used most of them. There was only a few times at the end where we dropped some of them. And it was because of a cascading amount of problems with like, it was kind of like scale was an issue and some other things. So we dropped that to kind of help ease some of those issues.
That makes sense.
But no, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember one off the top of my head.
I got one.
You found any?
Yeah. So during mission 6, Desert Fog, this is the mission where there was an unknown force. Honestly, this mission was like really thematic. This was me and Brent. We actually did like this mission. It was a good mission. We have noted that like the asymmetry of the forces, like there was so much Op4 on the board, but it kind of worked in the fact that like, oh, you don't have to fight these guys. You just have to get away once the true objective's revealed. But during this mission, one of the player force modifiers was, it's called It Was a Trap. You have to resolve a critical hit on the player's forces. Like you roll a d6 to determine if you do a crit check. and then you roll for a crit. That wasn't super fun. We kind of just ignore that one.
That makes sense. Yeah, I can understand why you'd want to ignore that, especially if you don't like to suffer.
Yeah.
But I like to suffer, Zemer.
I actually wanted to ask, I didn't know how exactly format-wise this was going to work out. I did kind of want to know, what was kind of your like guiding light when you were designing this? Like, first off, before we like get into the middle of this, I want to say like, thanks for putting in this. Looking on the outside, looking in, this was a lot of work. Like this, like 10 missions with 3 tracks each, and all of the kind of story elements on top of it. This was like certainly a love letter to the community.
You and your team voiced 40 clips of audio for this, didn't you? Right? Because you have the interludes and then you have the 3 mission briefings each. If my math is mathing, that's 40 audio recordings. And I think that in itself is commendable. That's like over an hour of listening.
Yeah, it was a lot. I think it's basically an hour and a half of like fully produced audio content, right? And we really were like, we used audio. I used full audio production. I tried to make them like to audiobook level standards. I mean, they were to audiobook level standards. So that was sort of my vision initially. And that actually came about spontaneously because initially we were just going to do the Super Mech Sunday intro, and then everything else was just going to be audio briefings in between. But then our narrative dude, Dante, was like, you know what? I'll write like a narrative story between each. So there can be something that helps bridge the gap so it doesn't seem as so jarring from mission to mission, so people don't have to use their imaginations as much. And as soon as he wrote that, I was like, well, if you write it, because he's honestly a very good author. Like his writing is very good, in my opinion. So I was like, if you write it, I will voice it and produce it all. And I just felt like it would be wrong to do it any other way. I regret that decision every day. No, I mean, just kidding. That's actually one thing I really like about the campaign, but it was a lot of work. And that's one thing we can eventually release, right, as a single package, because I think, it will tell the story in sort of a bit of a jarring way, but we still have one more. Because after this is all done, when this episode is launched, we're actually going to have a specific closing of it. So we're going to have a narrative interlude that takes into consideration all the experiences of the table shared so far, and as a closing chunk to tie up the story. So it's not like you're not just left hanging after the dramatic conclusion, if that sort of makes sense. So one more to come.
And this is what I mean. Like that's great. That's awesome. But like, man, like again, you put your heart and soul into this thing. That's a lot. This whole thing, undoubtedly a lot of work. And I was curious, what was your like guiding light when you were designing this? Like, what was the thing that you were like, this is kind of what I want the player experience to be?
Well, I'm supposed to be interviewing you, but to answer your question,
sorry, yes.
To answer your question,
this is my podcast now.
Wherever Brent goes, the legend of Mechs and Men follows, which has much more reviews than BungleTech, I will say. You are much more, so I guess like yield.
I'm just kidding.
But yeah, no, to answer your question, so this was really a interesting experience for me because it really was, there were a lot of compromises that were made across the journey. Specifically, I really wanted everyone who was involved, to all of our people that were, contributing, to really have authority to change stuff and to add stuff and to throw stuff into the mix. So for example, the mission modifiers, the Mech Bay one was always done by the Mech Bay. The Mercenary Star one was always done by Mercenary Star. And the patron one was done by BungleTech's patrons. And we did not consult with those at all. We just had them. All I said is like, okay, these have to be thematic. So the patron modifiers are something that someone rich that was backing you might give you. And then the Mercenary Star is something that would make sense from like a sort of governing mercenary board influence somehow. And then the Mech Bay is something more on the ground, like locally. Come up with the mods this way and we'll throw them together. And there was initially some logic that's saying, okay, this one inherently has a higher chance to be negative. This one has a higher chance to be positive. And I sort of created a ratio so that each modifier would like be more thematically a specific way, like either darker or lighter. But some of the people weren't comfortable with that because they're like, well, I want to do good ones equally to bad ones. So then we ended up splitting it straight down the mix, which I think wasn't as good a thematic choice, but was something that was good just for embracing sort of people's desire to collaborate. I think that the vision, there's lots of things that I think we fell short in. And I really wanted, well, actually, you know what? So much this is based on the feedback I'm going to get from players as the global campaign comes to end. But my vision, I guess, at a high level was to really take away for people that, didn't want to play in a campaign, but don't want to plan it. I want to save you 80% of the work. Say, okay, this is 80% of the work. And I want to enable people that could have rotating GMs, because there's always the problem when you have rotating GMs that one person puts in less work than the other and it feels really inconsistent. And then the whole rotating GM experience feels very bad for skill levels and different abilities for people to contribute. So I'm like, let's take that out. Let's do 80% of the work. So then it's more equal across the different game facilitators. And then we can bring a unique experience to the community that at the same time really feels like, I want people to feel like what they did in a mission actually impacts what is happening in the future. So outcomes and missions did create future mission modifiers, but that's a little weakness. Like, you guys didn't really know. Like, it's not like we said this mission modifier came from this global outcome or something like that. We just threw it in the missions. But every time, like, every mission had specific modifiers that were directly from after action reports. But I feel like our analysis of the data was more shallow than I would have liked it. And I feel our modifiers were too surface level for the style of facilitating or game mastering that I like to do. And that, I think, is a shortcoming of us. So,
before I open my mouth and talk about kind of like even just experience, but also, the things I liked and didn't like, I did want to understand better kind of what you were attempting to do from like a design point. And, I will say, I think that you were successful in a couple of those. And it definitely was modular. I mean, we immediately started modifying stuff, right? Like, we didn't really have any problem.
I wanted to say, for the ease of play that you were aiming for, I think a lot of my difficulties with it, because we didn't mention this already, but like, I had 5 different tables that I ran for the global campaign. Brent was just one of those tables. 3 of them have not finished yet. Literally, the other table finished last night. I was playing with a friend from the Valhalla Club Legion. Me and him sat there. We ran mission 10. I just haven't finished I haven't put in the after action report for that experience. But most of my time in prepping for this campaign has been just building the boards. Building out the Op4 is very difficult for me. I've been doing that for like forever. I always just look at the shelf and I go, oh, who am I going to play today? Oh, Jaco's Combine. Okay, let's see what I got. It was always like building the board was the most labor intensive thing for me for these streams. Besides that, just about everything else about the campaign is like really easy to get through. When you're using the Hinterlands campaign system, the like logistics side of it, at least that's what I'm going to call it, but like the maintenance, the repair, all that, those values are like really easy to wrap your head around once you've done the paperwork for like 2 missions. You're just like, it's even... With Aces being out now, they even have like a little sheet that breaks it down even further. It's just like, okay, what's the total tonnage of units that took armor damage? Okay, add that up, multiply it by this. Boom, that's how much you're paying in armor repairs. Really quick and simple stuff. I think there are definitely missions in this BungleTech campaign that I would love to run again and continue to run in the future. One of the biggest ones, one of the most honorable mentions, because every time I played this, there was a different outcome, and I think every one of them was legendary. And that was mission 4, Protection Racket. So for folks who are listening into this podcast episode and watch that stream, Brent's experience with this game ended with him having a one-on-one duel with their commander, Arakawa. Yeah, Arakawa. We kind of ran with that character ourselves. I didn't much. I think like me and Brent put a little bit more nuance into him than like.
We stole Arakawa.
Yeah, we did.
We kind of made it our own.
And he was a great reoccurring character for us. I even remember talking to Seth from Mercenary Stark podcast, talking to him gushing about like, I want this guy to come back. I want Arakawa to come back. And I was chuffed to bits when he did end up coming back like a few missions later. And that caused a unique interaction. But the whole point of mission 4 was you were going into Galactia City. It's absolutely wrecked and you're going in to salvage supplies. I played that mission 5 times and one time it ended in a honor duel between Brent and Arakawa. Another time it ended with an Atlas picking up a still moving Stinger and beating a Battlemaster to death with it, because even though I was playing Alpha Strike rules, it's written in there in Commander Edition, external cargo rules. There's rules for cargo that does not want to sit still. It does not want to be picked up. So the player, he rolled legendary and then proceeded to use the Stinger as a bludgeon to beat somebody with. Another group like absolutely cleaned house with that mission. I was like dumbfounded. I was like, I can't do nothing. These guys got like Kardovs. They're just swooping in. They're grabbing the cargo and they're out. Like, checkmate, I'm done. It was a great time. This mission, I want to play again in the future. Even if it's not in the context of going through the entire BungleTech campaign, this mission is going to stick with me.
That's awesome. I thought you were going to say Super Mech Sunday because of Tornado.
Dude, that was also a fun one. I think Brent was a little cold on it.
I'll be honest, it was one of my least favorite, but that's more to do with preference than it really was anything wrong with that mission. It just the arcade operations thing in general isn't really for me. But I'm glad it's a thing.
The pseudo-tech rules.
It is insanely unbalanced, that those are rules. When I was like building out the rules, I was like, and those were the rules. And I was like building out, I'm like, oh my God. And when people the after action reports for that one was hilarious, because people be like, yeah, everything was under control, and then tornado. And tornado, tornado is just, it's brutal. It's such chaos. I love it.
I think in the right circumstance, I would even like it, right? Like if it was like, oh, that's what we're doing. It's not like attached to a campaign, and it's just like, oh, we're kind of playing Mario Party. Not Mario Party, but that Mario Kart versus game. Like we're playing a BattleTech version of that tonight, and I'd be like, oh, you know what? I actually would be down for that. I think it was really just the context of like I'm a brand new merc trying to build a merc company, and I was like, oh man, this tornado or these moving terrain pieces are going to take me out. I have to
sign up for this. I signed up to be a knight of the inner sphere, not these stupid games.
I will say I love the reasoning that was cooked into it for why it was able to do that. It's like, oh, you sabotage the armor, you overclock the weapons or whatever. Like, it's all written in there. If you wanted like a story reason fluff, it made sense if you wanted it to. But I think Super Mech Sunday, for the people it worked with, it really did work, because I think about half the tables I ran, they absolutely loved the pseudo-tech stuff. We started doing like arena matches afterwards where we just use that. Like, go over a power up, you roll 1d6. What does it do? Sometimes it turns your locust invisible. Other times it spawns a wild missile and it dings you right in the face. It's fun, the amount of chaos that it causes. If you don't have like a serious group of people and you just want to sit down for the day and just do something silly, dude, that's great.
That's awesome. So you're sort of getting into it a little bit, but I wanted this is questions actually, like specifically for you, Brent, because you played. Zemer was your GF, as we know. And it sounds like he was GFing a GF of a lot of people.
I was GFing for so many people. Yeah, I'm tired,
scandalous.
Man. Not a single back rub.
But Brent. So at a high level, from your perspective as a player, what do you like about the campaign?
I liked the effort you went into to make this kind of story driven, both like through the track system as well as like gathering data from what the community did and throwing that back in. That's the coolest thing that I think came out of this was that you were kind of laying these tracks as we went along it. And I thought just conceptually, that's really cool. And I also think that you pulled it off. And that was probably my favorite thing.
Cool. Well, if that was your favorite thing, what about your biggest challenging thing? Like for as a player, what was the biggest thing that to you, you're like, oh man, this could have been better? If
I could have changed one thing.
And don't say
universally
Nathan's voiceover, because then I'm canceling this right now. That's the only thing you can't criticize.
If I could change one thing, it would have been the asymmetry. And it's not asymmetry in general, because I actually think there's some missions in particular that the asymmetry really played into both the immersion and the gameplay. But I think the asymmetry for every single mission was rough, and it got rougher as the scales went up, both from just like the amount of time you had to set aside to play at a certain scale, as well as and to some point we ended up curtailing that, but that felt bad too, because part of playing a mercenary campaign is kind of cultivating this mercenary force, right? And we kind of had to curtail that just so that and don't get me wrong, we had specific kind of constraints too with streaming it, right? We needed this to be done in about 4 hours, right? So that added to it, right? If we were just playing at a table, that wouldn't have been as big of an issue. But I wouldn't even say I kind of got hung up here on the time, but I think the asymmetry also curved the difficulty. So the Op4's size, which was, I believe, somewhat consistently 1.5 times whatever Mia's blue 4 was, correct?
Yeah, the enemy force total, like their BV, PV would be multiplied by whatever the player force brought, which I think was like, I'm glad that you multiplied it by the player force, because it did give a little bit wiggle room. For a long while we were trying to stay rigidly to hinterlands, where it's like you got scale 1, you got scale 2 and 3. We played most of the campaign at scale 1 for both classic and alpha strike. But the problem at the beginning, at like a 1.25 or a 1.5 multiplier, the forces were like fairly similar. I remember the last one we played was Mission 5 in Classic. The last Classic game we played was Mission 5. In that one, the multiplier was 1.5. So Brent brought a lance and the Op4 brought a lance. Because they had more BV to play with, though, they were able to take like heavier assets. Like they had like a cheap Night Star, a Thunderbolt, a Marauder, and a Quick Draw. Like, this is heavy and assault, 3 heavies and an assault mech, versus Brent, who still had, I think at the time, you still had the Gladiator, you had Ren Falcon in her Locust 2C. She never left that machine.
It's true.
Did you have the Javelin as well during that mission?
During which mission?
Mission 5. Mission 5 was, well, yes, you had the Warhammer, but was that when you got the Ost? I think that's when you got the Ost.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
The Ostsoul, which actually we kind of flubbed that as well. When we were looking for variants, we just like pulled a mech from the Hinterlands book, and then when we looked in, we're like, wait, this Ost has X pulse lasers. I mean, technically this could exist during the Civil War, but it's not a standard variant. Oh well.
That's when they were developed, is around the Civil War. It's just, they weren't in a lot of mechs.
I remember we
had a time traveling Ostel. That's okay.
It was a special gift from I don't know if it was Black Sparrow at the time, but like you did so good during the arena. Like, here's your free mech. You got sponsored or something. We had some reason for it, but I don't even think anybody ever called us out for like, why does that thing have X pulse lasers? Because it just never came up.
Well, I think, and honestly, like there's both people intentionally violating the rules and people unintentionally violating the rules of the Global Campaign Initiative. And that was one thing that we wanted to bake in. Like, that's okay. It's your table. Like, we have enough BattleTech content out there that is, these are the rules of this mission. You got to set up this. You got to do this. These are the exact scenarios to win, and blah blah. That's the most common content that you see for scenarios out there, in my opinion, is stuff that is very, very rigid. But we're like, because we want this to be a more narrative and player focused experience, and because we don't want to have dedicated GFs, although we appreciate Zemer's dutifulness, we want to have that flexibility baked in. Like, in the principles of the campaign, one of them is like, if there's ever a disagreement, side with the players. If there's, it's very clear that this is about, tabletop experience and making it enjoyable. Because, like, if you're playing in a campaign created by BungleTech, and we're like the weird podcast, if we came in and we were super like serious and super granular and detailed, it's not our vibe. And those aren't the type of games I want to play either. I'll play them every once in a while. But I want people to have the freedom. So hearing you do that stuff, like, that's like time traveling, hostile, sick. Makes sense to me. Add it to the lore.
I will say at the beginning of the campaign, like, I was actually really digging the vibe, because mission 1, you introduce pseudo-tech rules, which I don't think most BattleTech players have ever heard of them, let alone tried to play them. I thought that was great. Like, hey, here's a niche thing, try it out. Mission 2, shielded movement was incorporated. Dude, I love this, because before this mission was released, I had actually read it up in the Alpha Strike Commander's Edition, and I was like, oh, that's a neat trick. Like, that makes a lot of sense. This was incorporated in the game, and every table that I have played with, they've wanted to call back to this specific rule at one point or another, because, like, is a almost frictionless introduction. Like, it's a TAC ops rule that it feels thematic for BattleTech. It's like, oh yeah, you want to protect your guy. Like, you're going to throw your
you want to use some of that armor for someone else.
Get down, Mr. President. Let me take that PPC shot for you for a change. So that was great. And I thought that was honestly what you were striving for with this campaign at that point. 2 missions in a row, it's like, okay, here's a new, unique, weird rule that we're incorporating into the mission. And I thought that was what was being ran with. I don't think that was consistently the case going forward, but I thought that was great. That would have been totally on brand for BungleTech, just to like go into TAC Ops, look at a weird, funky rule, and build a scenario around it.
I'd say most missions had one, but you're right. And the reason, and actually, sorry, one of the things I should have mentioned is there was the objective to get people to play BattleTech differently and to show them that there are different rules they can apply at the table. But as the campaign got over, and when the missions got more complicated, there were many instances where I'm like, oh my God, Nathan, do you really want to throw another attack ops rule on top of this? So that's why I stopped leaning it away when I felt it was actually detrimental to player experience. Because I do think that we were, like, even though the campaign was streamlined and we were doing a lot of work, there was a lot being thrown at the table, especially when you consider, is like what Brent said earlier about the modifiers and stuff like that. It's like, well, it's just too many stacking things. It's like, in some instances, it really became too much. So Zemer, so that's Brent's, what he liked about the campaign and his sort of biggest challenge of participating as a player. But then same thing to you. So what did you like as the ultimate GF, as the best GF in the world? Everybody should get you flowers, for one, and chocolates.
And apparently back rubs.
And back rubs. You rub the chocolates on the back. So I just stumbled upon something you secretly want, didn't I, Zemer? Oh my goodness.
No.
Yeah, only Michael was here. You could... anyhow, so what... Okay, let's start with what you liked about the campaign. Is Michael supposed to
serenade me as somebody rubs chocolate on my back?
Well, we'll see. Nobody GFs 5 global campaign initiatives if they don't want a back rub with chocolate sauce from Michael, okay?
I think you're right.
What do you like the most about the campaign? Focus. Get out of the back rub imagination.
All right. So, again, I think, it was nice. Every month there was like a nice story thing. I was able to roll up Most of my games were played in person for the front half of the campaign. At some point, I had to move away, so I gave up playing in person and had to leave behind 3 tables. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know if you're listening to BungleTech, but in case you do, I miss you.
Was that a jab at BungleTech's audience? Oh my God, you come in here. I don't know if you guys are listening to BungleTech. Oh my God. Brent, I can't believe you associate this guy.
I'm saying because I introduced like 90% of those players to BattleTech by just like going to a game club. And just sitting there with a little mix and like, hey, you want to play a Stompy Mech game? So I don't know what they ended up listening to. Bro, they don't even listen to the Valhalla Club. So it's like, they don't even come to listen to their old friends.
Next thing you're going to say is they don't listen to Mechs and Men. And honestly, if those are if the people that don't listen to BungleTech, they don't listen to Valhalla Club, and they don't listen to Mechs and Men, are they really BattleTech players?
That's a good question, and I don't have an answer for it. So we're going to keep rolling. So
objection, leading the witness.
I plead the fifth. So it was nice being able to roll up, hey, here's the campaign mission for today. We sit down, we listen to the interlude and the mission briefing, we get going. That was maybe one of my favorite parts about the campaign. Like, it was, there was a narrative being built. There was a mission in front of us. We got to just play BattleTech. That was great. I think maybe the most frustrating part was later on balancing the overwhelming forces that players went up against. Towards the end...
Is 2.5 too much? Dude.
Here's the problem, all right? You do a force that's like 2.5 times somebody else. What was it? The last mission I just playing with Legion from the Valhalla Club. He ended up fighting... He brought 6 mechs, right? Half a company... a level 2, if you will, brought that into the mission. He had to fight a whole company of battle mechs plus an additional lance of vehicles. That was crazy. It was crazy. The objective was like, he was meant to hunt these guys down. He simply did not have enough guns to put these guys down before they ran off.
I don't see the problem, okay? And I'm really offended by this criticism.
I'm just letting you know. Like, the first 3 mechs to get off the board, understandable, was a Wraith, a Jenner, and a Cicada. Okay, those are all fast boys. No, it wasn't. It was the TR1. Yeah, no, we're not playing with that partial wing stuff. I'm still traumatized what you did Jaeger. All right? So we'll keep moving. But the 4th mech, because a quarter of the Op 4 forces had to leave in order to end the mission. That 4th mech to leave the board was a Battlemaster 1G that walked 8 feet, going 8 inches each time. This whole game, I did not even sprint most of the units. It was an all right game. I was incredibly tired. It was after like a full day's work that we banged this mission out. But I told him right off the bat,
he really wants that back rub.
All right, check yourself, okay?
I'm going to rename this episode Chocolate Back Rubs with Zemer.
That sounds great.
What about everybody else? This is just all about me getting chocolate back rubs.
Yes.
All right, great.
BungleTech is weird, okay? You came on the weird podcast. You should have expected this. Now you know.
I wasn't expecting chocolate back rubs, man.
Well, now you are.
I don't want it. Where's the receipt? I'm going to cash in a return.
Okay, but to dig into your question, what did you do as a GF to manage the discrepancy of BV or PV? How did you build the Op 4 forces? What did they look like?
So I tried a few different techniques. At the beginning, it was just like, the players are going to just go against heavier units. Like the example I gave earlier with Brent, when he was hanging out with the Amish waiting for mercs to come hunt his head, he had a mixed lance of heavies, mediums, and a light versus all heavies and an assault mech. At that point, it was like, it was kind of easy because like the skill parity was just about on par. He was running like, some 3-4 pilots. The Op 4 had like 1 or 2 3-4 pilots, some 4-5s. But it was fairly even, just they had the tonnage advantage. By the time it got to the later missions, Brent, you had a bad time during the Crossroads mission, mission 9. That's when the Op 4 was 3.5 times. And
oh, yeah.
you decided to side with the Swordbreakers. So Arakawa came in. All his forces were skill 2. That's what the packet suggested. I was like, okay, this is perfect. Put them all at skill 2. Then the Group W force, I tried to not just completely swamp out Brent and Arakawa's forces, because both Brent and Arakawa had a lance of mechs. That was it. Group W ended up, I used every mech from the mercenaries box. Okay. That was, is it 12? 12 units total I took? 4 mechs and 4 vehicles? No, I think, okay.
It's 4 vehicles and then it's 2 lances in that pack. So yeah, it's got to be 12.
I don't know if I actually used all the vehicles. Now I'm guessing myself, but I know there was 4 mechs, and all the units that Group W were taking, because it's true to their flavor, they're supposed to be an elite unit. So in Alpha Strike, you send them to skill 2. But that caused another unique situation, which I think Brent can describe clearly for us.
Wait, with are you talking about the flea headshotting Arakawa?
Well, okay, he rolled legendaries. I mean, pour one out for Arakawa. He will be missed. That was so sad.
Hell of a way to go.
Hell of a way to go. Headshotted by a flea. Like, oh my gosh. But you having to fight the skill 2 units, it was almost insurmountable odds for you.
Right. And that would be,
I will say,
so for some context here, Zemer made everyone skill 2 in order to limit the number of bodies on the board. Right. And obviously that has the other unique effect of making them hit very consistently. Right. Like basically if they shot at me, they were going to hit, which was, it's a toss up whether that is better or if having more guns aimed at you, all rolling at a lower skill is more brutal. I'm not sure which. I do think maybe being enveloped is worse. You can at least use some terrain to prevent some of the skill 2 MechWarriors from hitting you, right? But it was crazy. I made it through that mission barely.
Yeah, a combination of sweat and luck is what pulled you out of there without actually losing a mech. But everybody was ground down.
Yeah.
But did you?
Nobody had armor left, and everyone was as hot. Ran as hot as they could in order to melt the enemy down, and then we still barely made it out. Thankfully, we were able to use shielded movement, which we incorporate a couple times throughout playing, because it is a really cool, a very thematic rule. Do you think it just, I understand why it's not in the base level rules, especially people playing, BattleTech competitively or even semi-competitively in pickup games, right? I could see where that would be a problem, but if you're I do want to say if you're playing a campaign, you should absolutely look at that rule.
Mm-hmm.
But I lost track. What were you going to say, Zemer? You were about to.
I did look up the exact list that we took, and the scariest unit on the board was that Devastator 2. 7 medium range damage at skill 2. In one turn, he took a shot at your Marauder 2C, vaporized the armor. This was turn 1.
I was at 1 or 2 pips turn 1.
Yeah, it's devastating. And it was I was trying something again to keep the numbers down, but dude, it was just they were hitting consistently. I am adamant that I pulled out the units exactly when was appropriate, but you told me it's yeah, you pulled those guys out a little bit earlier. You and Arakawa, your forces had eliminated, I think, 6 of the mechs. The last ones, the only mech that actually made it off the board was the Star Slayer. Out of all 8 mechs that came in that box, the Chameleon was, I think he went into force withdrawal. The Firefly, the Flea were all cooked. You eventually downed that Devastator. That was the first thing you focused down on.
Did you guys?
But
sorry to interject. As you're going on with this, I just want to double check. Did you guys play with the Op 4 moves first rule?
Yes. For the entire campaign, we were doing the Op 4 moves first, which that caused a unique situation at the very end of our campaign, which I think we'll get to eventually.
Well,
I guess we could
go ahead.
go over it now, right?
I don't think we're going to have time to talk about every single mission.
Yeah, while it is a powerful advantage to have like perfect board information to try to outmaneuver your enemy, I think that works fine in the smaller scale of things. The problem is, though, once you get to these bigger games where it's like you're a lance of dudes against a company of mechs. Brent, I had a tactic in my back pocket the entire time because it like clicked. It's like in Alpha Strike, and I guess this is true for Classic too, to an extent, you can like lock somebody in place just by pinching them. So at the very end, Brent, he moved his Marauder into some smoke cover, and with his back up against the wall, 3 of my faster units like just enveloped him to the point that he couldn't legally move anywhere. He had to sit still. And because of that, I essentially like trapped him. Like his Marauder was already kind of going down, and it was a great like GM experience, like game experience, because it's like Kubo just told all his other guys to go while he held them off. You know, it felt like that kind of situation.
Cool.
Somebody who wanted to be more of a jerk could have consistently used that. You know, oh, I get to move all my dudes. Well, I don't like your Locust 5M that has like 4 TMM. You know, he's annoying. I'm just going to take 3 cheap hovercraft and I'm just going to box him in for a turn. He completely loses his TMM. I shoot him. I delete him. He's gone. He only had 3 health.
That's the thing we didn't see a lot of in the campaign. And I think like to that point, though, you're right. Like the system with the BV, PV differentiation, and even though that rule is very like all 4 moving first is extremely powerful in situations like that, boxing people in and doing other techniques like that. It is not difficult to cheap out the player force, but that in principle would be violating what the campaign was about, which is basically, you know, it's about player experiences, which is stated in the intention of the campaign.
Yeah.
So luckily we didn't have people do that. And I think that's the difference between a campaign like this and something like, if you took this rule base and put it in a competitive environment, it's broken.
Yeah.
Right? It's broken.
Right.
But I think most people out there, even though in the podcast community and the sentiments of what you see online a lot, even though it seems like most people play BattleTech competitively or have that competitive mentality, I would go as far as say like 90% of players just want to play this casually and have fun. I just think that the people that decide to do the podcast and stuff like that, they're competitors. So of course it's going to have a different angle, right?
Well, me and Brent didn't look at it as a competitive thing. It was, you know, we were 2 buds just hanging out most of the time. I don't know if that's what you were shooting for, but
yeah, exactly. And I mean, the vibe, I mean, when I popped in and watched the stream, like that was the feeling. And I'm glad you guys had that experience. But actually on that point, so in my opinion, there's no one's truly one or the other. But from what I've found about BattleTech players, there's some people that really lean into the game from a more mechanical perspective, and there's some people that lean into the game from a more narrative perspective. And I'm wondering how the campaign felt for you, if it felt more like a narrative or a mechanical experience, or balanced.
I almost want to say it felt kind of balanced. Like there was certainly like a narrative going on there. And from all the tables I played with, certainly some people were more mechanical about it. Like they were just there to play a game of BattleTech and weren't so interested with the narrative. They were just rolling with it. I don't think there weren't many people who were like actually like hardcore like role playing their characters, but they definitely took like pride in their dudes and preserving their dudes. I don't think I saw like a single player who was just like completely willing to like throw out a unit to get just chewed up by the wolves. So
cool.
So I want to say that for the most part it felt very narrative, but I would actually argue that some of that's actually in my critique of this. I would actually argue that's where a lot of it falls, is that the rules kind of got in the way of that at some points, and and by rules I mean the, you know, kind of the constraints of the mission, right? Like this.
Well, I think It makes sense to me what you're saying, because like the rules were intended to add narrative flavor, but often they added more mechanical flavor or mechanical constraints or impacts, right?
I think at different points in time during the campaign as a player, they did both. Like there were definitely very many. I mean, one we've been hitting a lot was shielded movement. I felt like that added a lot of very cinematic moments in our playthrough. But there were other parts where, at the same point in time, there were other moments where the rules were equally as oppressive to kind of maintaining that thematic tone, whether it being like just forces being so overwhelming that it was like, well, there's no way we could do this, or which some of it felt, and I wish we had more time to kind of talk about this in more depth, but there were some times that actually felt good, that overwhelming, that like it felt intentional. But there were other times where, to me, it felt unintentional. And that's where, the rules kind of felt bad, where it was like, it didn't feel like this was the spirit of what you were trying to accomplish. And it just made it, really difficult to get through. But I would say overall, I think that if I had to give it a rating, I would say like 7 out of 10. So I not just half and half, I'd say mostly felt very narrative driven, but there were moments where the rules got in the way. That's a coherent thought.
I would like to give an example. So one mission where I think a lot of things were coming together really well. It did fall short in like one specific area, but mission 7, the Brawler's Ball, that was a very interesting mission. That's where you had 2 Op4s going at each other, and the players were instructed to go in, scan intel, and get out. Reduce damage to civilian buildings, and the tertiary objective was do not engage the Op4 forces. At none of my tables did anybody listen to that rule. They always shot at the Op4, and in each case, actually, along the psycho lines, Brent's force they were tactical, and Legion's forces, they were good boys. They got defender status given to them. So of the 2 games that, as of right now, that have finished, like that's what the final outcomes have been for them. But so back to mission 7, the Brawler's Ball. The player force modifiers on here, I actually really did like. Now, there was one that I skipped on all my boards just because I didn't know how to express it. But the effect was called the mud tires. It was from the Mech Bay. You were adding patches of mud to the field. I didn't know how to express that, so like we just kind of glazed over that. But Mercenary Star had reinforcements. You gained 2 Galleon light tanks. That was pretty cool. That was kind of useful. Brent, I don't remember if you ever got those reinforcements or not.
I don't think I did.
I just can't remember. So what was really cool, recommended by the Patreon, the atmospheric drop. That was really cool. You're always doing that in the MechWarrior 5, in the MechWarrior games, like MechWarrior 5 Mercs and Clans. You're always having like airdrops. The dropship comes in, drops you off, it's zoots away. That was cool. All these modifiers, I think, were like really cool. It worked for the scenario. I think my biggest critique, though, is like every time I played it, the players always were like forced to engage with the Op4. I think maybe a way to lessen that is the way I ran this both times is I actually brought in a co-GF because, sometimes you need a little bit of help. It's weird to fight yourself. So that's the reason why I did it overall. But in every case, one of the Op4s ended up siding with the players anyway, or there was like some sort of truce anyway. And Claude Order got rolled every time because the sword breakers ended up cutting some sort of deal. Brent, you had a great explanation for it. You just told the sword breakers, it's like, hey, if you don't shoot us, if you just let us, help us out, you keep all the salvage.
And the fact that we already kind of had a rapport from our 1v1, I think helped. And then the handing out the salvage to him, I think, that was a sweet little deal, right?
Yeah. Made total sense. And that's what it felt like we were really playing a campaign for sure.
When I hear people share those choices, I'm like, amazing. there's so much stuff that we didn't communicate to do. We left it very open-ended to let people do what they wanted to do. And this is an example of, in my opinion, the campaign played to its fullest, where you allow the players to do cool things and get invested emotionally and make logical, strategic decisions that make sense for the states and stakes of the campaign. So I think that to me is really cool. I'm smiling. You can't see my face, but I'm smiling, like big smile.
Awesome.
Not as much as you'll smile when you get the chocolate back massage, but you know.
Cease desist.
Okay, I have a direct question for Brent. Okay. So,
yes.
And then I'm going to rephrase this question for you, Zemer. So, Brent, did your experience on the table feel relevant, unique, and tailored to your player force? That's what I want to know. Like, did it feel cookie cutter for you? Or did you feel like, no, this is an actual campaign something that my player force is uniquely encountering on Galatea?
Big think.
Yeah, give me a second to chew on this one.
You want to reword it and throw it at me?
Well, I want to see what he says first because...
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm used to going second, you know?
Well, a good girlfriend, man. You sacrifice so much. You're just so supportive.
Wait, girlfriend? I thought I was the game facilitator.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, messed it up.
You guys make it hard to think.
Well, a good GF does that.
Ask me it one more time if you would.
Okay. So, Brent, I want to know, when you were playing through the campaign, because you were the player force consistently through, did your experience on the table feel relevant, unique, and tailored specifically to you from a narrative perspective? Or did it feel more cookie cutter? Like, did it feel like you've been placed in a story that wasn't your own, or was this your story?
I would say it's not overwhelming one way or the other. There's definitely things that felt cookie cutter. And I say that, and I don't think there's actually a solution for that. If you're playing a campaign made by someone else, it's gonna, especially a campaign made to be played with by a whole bunch of people simultaneously, like inevitably, that's just, I don't think that's a objective really that can be met. Might be wrong. I've been wrong before, but I will say that the play between your narrative and the narrative that me and Zemer weaved was effective in, making an immersive campaign. And while there's certainly things that were cookie cutter, I would say wholesale, again, between your efforts and Zemer's efforts, I think it felt good.
Cool. Well, Zemer, okay, so you have a unique perspective as the ultimate GF. You've noticed this being done across, I think you said 5 tables. So did it play out differently across the 5 tables? Did it feel like a unique story was being told? Even though it's set on Galatea, even though it's the same war in the background, that their experience was unique to them? Or once again, did it feel more cookie cutter?
I think the way I always looked at it and the way it kind of felt, it was always like, oh, this is like an alternate timeline almost. Like, this is just what if scenarios. What if a, Cretan-blooded mercenary went ahead and hopped into Gladiator and found himself on Galatea? What if a bunch of young mercs with way too heavy equipment started a mercenary company? I mentioned it before, but Mission 4 really showed that for me, where across 5 different tables, there really wasn't a consistent, not everybody won the scenario. I had one group that failed the scenario because they just weren't able to collect enough salvage because their mercenary company, kid you not, it was just all assault mechs. They had 2 Atlases and they just did not have the speed. So even with the stuff provided by their employer, the extra transports and whatnot, Arakawa and his forces, they got off with the lion's share. And the player was really only able to get away with 1 payload out of the 6 that spawned or something that mission. It always felt like this is sort of an alternate timeline. And some of the shortcomings of the players, some of the outcomes of missions really did affect later on. I know. Sorry, Brent, but you were the only one who absolutely failed the ECM Jammers mission 3 jam session. But because of that, Brent going into mission 4, he actually had a slightly different setup and run up than the rest of my other forces. And going from mission 4 into mission 5, like, again, there was just a different setup because of your track system. The fact that there's like variants on preceding missions. You have the alpha, beta, and gamma tracks. I thought that system, though we barely ever used the gamma tracks, it was usually some forces were consistently like in beta, some were going alpha, and sometimes they would go like back and forth depending on the outcome of certain missions and how well they performed.
Cool. So, Zemer and Brent, some good conversation, and you guys have been very positive. I like the positivity despite, some undercurrents of negativity that, I might have ruined some of your evenings, but that's okay. That's okay, as long as it's more good than bad. Direct question for both of you. What in your eyes was a missed opportunity of the Global Campaign Initiative? Maybe not even something bad, but just something that was missed, you feel?
I actually think I wish, and I don't know if missed opportunity is the right word for this, because I'll be honest, I don't know what the back end of this looked like. And as I said before, I'm very aware of how much work this was, because it definitely seems that way from just the outside, which means on the inside it was way more work. That's my experience in things generally. So something that I would have loved to see is leaning even harder into player affected events, or even this campaign being designed around intentionally designed around multiple people running it side by side, as in that's baked into the narrative, right? And allowing that to affect the outcome even more as you kind of go through these tracks. Does that make sense? Is this just the crazed?
I think I'm going to add to what you're saying in a moment here.
I think that to your point, so that's one of the things that I thought was we didn't do enough. We did modify things based on outcomes of missions, but I don't feel like we did enough. And there's reasons for that, which has to do, I think, a lot about collaboration and just the amount of time everything took, and as well, our frequency of release date and the lag for input date, all that stuff. There's lots of things that did that, but that to me is a missed opportunity, 100%. But one thing that I think it's interesting that you mentioned that, because one of the narrative rules of when we were writing this is all the writing was done in a way that there could be plausible deniability that every single lance could be part of a greater force in a manner that there could be 50 different lances, all part of Black Sparrow, that were all participating in these missions with slightly different things, with slightly different briefings and everything like that. We intentionally made it so that it was never directly speaking at a single table. We tried to make it so, it could speak to all tables at once. So you could imagine in your head that you were one lance of the Black Sparrow force. And so if you talk to another person that was playing in the global campaign, that you could be like, oh, it's not that it's not a what if. It's actually this is. I'm a lance, you're a lance, and we were both scoped in on these different elements of the same mission. And that loses believability as soon as you consider how many tables participated in the global campaign. It becomes absolutely absurd. If you maybe talk to maybe five other tables, it would still be believable. But if you see the entire scope and you understand everything, then it's different. And that's what will be interesting to see about the wrap-up, because the wrap-up is going to really take that into consideration. It's going to take into consideration the contributions of all the tables along the path, if that sort of makes sense. Anyhow, that's a
really interesting perspective. It kind of reminds me, I remember Halo 4 tried to do something with their Spartan Ops game mode where you play Fireteam Crimson. It's a self-insert. Admittedly, I never saw the campaign as when it's referring to Black Sparrow, it's referring to there are multiple lances, multiple tables, all running at the same time. I kind of figured it was kind of leaning towards what Spartan Ops was trying to do. It's oh, this is just your self-insert. We're going to call you Fireteam Crimson. We're not going to call you Kubo's Cavaliers. We're not going to call you Legion's Legion. We're not going to call you the herd of nerds. This is just a generic term to refer to you. I think it's an interesting perspective to think like this could be going on at the same time. I'm not like super convinced that that can be the case, but like it might be. There is enough variance in the individual tracks for a mission that's like, okay, this could be going on. But certainly with like the scale of forces I was working with for the majority of my games, it's like I cannot imagine like even 3 player forces all fighting a company each of battle mechs, like from these no-name gangs. It's like, I'm sorry, you're talking about like, Claw and Order having the military projection of like the Kellhounds or, any of these other legendary mercenary companies. I think that's a little hard to swallow, but I do like the sentiment. Maybe Galatea was way more wild than any of us gave it credit for during the Civil War.
During the gangs like this, Galatea was wild. Like it is outright wild. But you're right. It's like the scope of the forces. It's like insane. If you look at it from the global, like the full level, there's no way there'd be that many mechs on Galatea at the same time doing similar missions. But if you think about it from the expensive once again, 5 lances, I don't know. I think it's about could it be possible? And I think it could be. But you're right. That's not the interpretation of players. Like the interpretation of players, I think commonly was the what if. And that was one thing that there was a narrative dissonance that we struggled with in the campaign where it was mainly me, where I was like, no, like we're not telling the story about one lance. This is not about one lance. This is about multiple lances. So we need to write everything from that perspective. And that was challenging, I know, for Dante, because he's like, well, he said exactly what you said. He's like, well, then think how many mechs there are on Galatea and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, you freaking nerd. Okay, you guys are too nerdy. Stop thinking about it so deeply. We're just playing a game here. So, but I understand, like, of course you're going to get that with BattleTech. You're going to get people like you, Zemer, who are thinking about it very logically. Anyhow, that's fair.
I think Galatea was a very illogical place during this time.
That's true.
Tis a silly place.
Tis a silly place.
So then what was your missed opportunity then?
So my missed opportunity. So the valid one and the other one, if you're the guys to get a time machine. If any BattleTech podcast would, it would be BungleTech who discovers the time machine and is able to do it.
What do you mean?
I don't know what I mean.
It has something to do with the thing that I got the cease and desist on. I know it has something to do with that. I just don't understand that. But say no more.
All right. Yeah. So, all right. The first missed opportunity, I think, not leaning into the hinterlands and mercenary boxes. I remember the episode that came out after the announcement. You were discussing like some of the choices, and you guys were surprised that like a lot of people are taking Chargers. A lot of people are taking Caesars. This is weird. I haven't seen people taking these. Like, well, yeah, the Charger was a part of the mercenary campaign. The Caesar is a part of the mercenaries box. Like, to me, it felt logical that people were going to lean into the new toys we just got with that Kickstarter being fulfilled. Hinterlands was out ahead of time. I feel that instead of leaning into Chaos campaign, the contracts could have been built around that. And the contracts are very simple in Hinterlands, but it does allow for variety, for different contract terms. Like, okay, here's your rights to salvage, here's your rights to support for ammo, armor, battlefield losses. All that's bundled up in together on like a sliding scale that works a lot more closer to like MechWarrior 5 mercenaries. And I think a lot of newer players of BattleTech are going to be familiar with that kind of system. I know I was. That was like, I feel like that was my first proper introduction to BattleTech. I don't really count Mech Assault because I didn't know what the heck was going on when I played that game at a buddy's house decades ago.
Well, Zemer, it is mostly anachronistic, so.
Yeah. You know what? I'd like to think of it, it's like, it's an in-universe video game, right? Just like the cartoons propaganda. Yeah, getting off track.
So can I actually, one thing that's interesting is...
Yes.
So this is actually something that's been said quite a bit, which is like the sentiment that we did a chaos campaign and we didn't use the mercenary hinterland system. And we actually designed it to use the mercenary and hinterland system. That was our intention. But we constrained the contract because for essentially narrative reasons. Like the reason we said not here, here, here is we did it all narratively. And we thought to ourselves, or at least I thought to myself, I'm like, well, if players want to modify the contracts, they can always use what's been built into the hinterland system or the mercenary box set. So funnily enough, it wasn't our intention to give the impression of chaos campaign. It was actually, and we built everything literally using the mercenaries book only, or the hinterlands. And ironically, the only reason we chose mercenaries over hinterlands is this was my fault, because I assumed that the box set of mercenaries that came out, that its hinterlands equivalent campaign would be more mature than the actual hinterlands because it was a later release. But it wasn't. It was actually like the prototype version, or maybe not prototype's too strong a word, but it was a previous version of the hinterlands. It just took them so long to release the mercenaries box set that it wasn't up to date. So that was something that really surprised me when I looked at hinterlands, for example, with like BSP costs and stuff like that, or SP costs. And I'm like, wait a minute, how come there's all these things in the SP cost table in hinterlands that aren't in mercenaries? Like mercenaries came out after. And that was a funny little assumption I made, that, you know, the later release will be the more up-to-date content. And that, I think, puts things off track a little bit straight at the beginning. Anyhow, but interesting to hear you say that. Yeah, because like I say, that's been common. Like people are like, hey, well, I thought you were going to use this box set. And we're like, we did. I built everything using this. We just had to make narrative choices. Like I didn't go anywhere else, which is funny. So
Okay. Yeah, I still would argue like the contract terms aren't like word for word what's in the hinterlands or the mercenaries. The fact that battlefield support and regular support, battlefield losses is wrapped together with normal support, and the way mercenaries handles it is, again, it's a sliding scale. It's a sliding scale starting at like, okay, there's no support. You get no credit for any lost equipment, any ammo, armor, repairs, whatever. None of that's covered. As that slide goes higher, you start getting compensated for your ammo, your repairs. Once you hit 100% ammo and armor repairs, now it goes into battlefield losses. Battlefield losses are categorized as equipment that is destroyed and needs to be purchased back. So keeping those two terms like separate, offering some battlefield losses, but not 100% support, does go against the Hinterlands and Mercenaries campaign system. But it wasn't that big of a deal. That was a fairly easy thing to like just sit down with the players. Okay, this is what the Global Campaign Initiative is saying the contract is. This is how I'm rewriting it, and this is why. And oftentimes that was like totally fine. Players were receptive to that kind of change. The other thing, if you guys had a time machine, I would have wished that you took cues from the Aces box that just released recently, the Scouring Sands, because I feel the variants that you wanted for each of the missions, like, okay, the players do this thing during this mission, this happens later on. The Scouring Sands achieves the same effect by adding keywords. So, for example, when I was playing it, I had to defend my base. There is one thing that can happen if you don't destroy all the scouts and any of them get away, you get the early warning keyword. That early warning keyword comes into effect like immediately after that mission. The Jade Falcons, they have an early warning that there's mercenaries on the planet. They get additional forces. I feel, again, if you had a time machine and knew this was like a mechanic to run, I think that's really good for narratives because it adds that variance, because sometimes you might be able to destroy all the scouts.
Yeah, that's super cool. And also like easy to throw in too, right?
It's so easy to throw in because it's like, okay, go in your notes, just write down early warning. All right, cool. You get to that mission. Hey, did you write down early warning? yes, this happens. Like, that is so simple, so easy, and so stress-free. One of the challenges of being a game facilitator for so many tables is going back and looking at the tracks and judging, like, oh, okay, am I in track alpha, beta, or gamma? All right, what did this table do previously? I actually had to go back through my notes. Now, you provided the means for tracking that with, at the end of each mission, having that little printout. You could print that out and physically write notes if you wanted to. I just kept notes on my computer. But it would have been so much easier to just like, okay, yeah, write down a keyword for each table. Cool. Instead of having to go back through and actually like count up at the very end of the campaign at Crossroads, mission 9. Having to actually go back through and like tally up, okay, bad versus good boy points. Like, how does that level out? Brent, he hit it right in the middle where he got tactical. My other table that I played, they had 1 extra point in the good, so they got defender. I think if I honestly would have finished with some of my other tables, they would have went notorious. Just going by vibes, because those guys were like absolutely savage. I mean, we're talking about the dudes who picked up a stinger, beat a mech to death with it. So they had 0 chill, and I loved it.
I think most tables will. I'm curious to see what the data says, but my instincts are that it's going to be notorious as the most popular, then defender, then tactical in that order. Yeah, I think that notorious, traditionally how people play, that leads to more notorious. Defender leads to more sort of narrative focused players, and then tactical is just that perfect balance point that I think is going to be the hardest to score on. So I just think that for that reason, that's going to be the hardest to get.
Yeah. Again, for the 2 tables that I finished, 1 was notorious, 1 was defender, but only by 1 point. I think honestly, you probably struck like a decent balance with it. But I will say, I think you could do the notorious and defender. You could do this with keywords as well. Again, if you had that time machine and you had the foresight to maybe include that.
And also, though, I think there is one thing that for the last mission, one disadvantage of using keywords is that people then sort of understand, oh, this matters. Whereas how we threw it in at the end, it's sort of like, well, now, we told you to track, and now one of the reasons we told you to track, it wasn't just for the next mission. It was for this big epic conclusion, and now sort of, this is your fate now. You've locked yourself into your fate. So there is, I think, that advantage. But I mean, like, tons of players, like, I don't know how many people actually filled out those forms, to be honest. Like, we created them, and I think people started doing it, but I think as the campaign went out, people are like, no. And so people are like talking to the players, what do we do here? What happened? Like, what was that thing to do this score? Definitely something we could have done better. Or maybe if we did it again, people would just know to do it. Because now the precedence has been set, if that makes sense.
I think it is better for players to know to do it and not to just kind of like dump it on them like, hey, remember that thing we told you to do? Well, we haven't been reminding you. Here it is.
From a game design perspective, though, I do see the problem, right? Which is like you have players that are going to metagame like 4 outcomes as opposed to, kind of being in the moment. But I say that from someone who played this campaign and did not facilitate it. So, I was just along for the ride. And so I can absolutely see where it would be a pain if you didn't do that all the way through, which I actually think you did, right? Like, you did take fairly like decent detailed notes after each mission. That probably wasn't a problem for you, but I can absolutely see where some people probably were like, we're not doing homework in our BattleTech.
Yeah, I can see tables not wanting to do the homework. Certainly none of the players that none of my tables wanted to step up and fill out the reports without me asking them.
Well, one thing interesting about that form too is that the experience is a little bit unique for you because you GF'd everything. But when you have rotating GMs, that form is all the more important because that form is passed to the next GM when they're planning. because those outcomes are like, oh, okay, because that all the answers are there. And so then in theory, at the end, if you've GFs going back and forth, switching between players, the forms have been passed, and then you have this record in place. Whereas if you're managing everything by yourself, yeah, there's less to. But anyhow, I think that it's one of those experimental things that the global campaign did that, I mean, it's neither a hit or a miss. It's just sort of, it felt a little bit messy at the end. I think, to me, it felt a little bit messy at the end. I know it was complicated when we were determining that logic at the end. And because here's another thing too, right? Remember, like, there weren't set outcomes. All we knew is these are the 10 mission types and in this order. And at a high level, this is sort of what's happening. Like, it starts here and we think it's going to end in this way. And then every mission, we would then adjust the next mission being like, okay, what makes sense now? Okay, what makes sense now? And so the scoring criteria for the end that routed people in the different ways wasn't even thought of. It was like, we know they're going to get put on different paths in different ways, and we know things are going to be considered, but we had no idea what was going to be considered until we were reading the reports and seeing what people were doing and seeing outcomes and everything like that. So it's interesting. It's like a chicken before the egg, or I don't know. But anyhow, all that being said, keywords is sick. But anyhow, now...
No, I'm sick.
No, you are sick. And sick in the cool way and literal way. This, honestly, guys, we've talked for how much more minutes than I was expecting? 55 more minutes.
You can cut a little bit out, you know?
I think I'm just going to cut out everything to the chocolate sauce, and we'll just keep it that. And then I'll add in my voice being like, Zemer, the podcast is not about that. Stop talking about this or else I'll end this recording, you weirdo. And then I'll just end it, and it'll just be that click, yeah. This is not a safe space.
What's the safe word?
Pomegranate.
Pomegranate. Oh, man, I love pomegranates, so...
Dude.
Me too.
If I say the safe word, do I get a pomegranate?
Pomegranates are sold separately.
Well, guys, thank you so much for, suggesting and volunteering for having this conversation. First, it's really valuable. And also for, actually playing the campaign and enjoying it. And Zemer for running 5 campaigns. It's insane, but I appreciate your insanity.
Not all the way through, but, it's my pleasure.
But you tried.
I tried.
Yeah,
I tried so hard.
You tried so hard. It's honestly, it's the fact that so many people have participated in this, that it just, it makes all our effort worth it. And the fact that you had a good time most of the time is a bonus, and are willing to speak about today is sugar on top. So thank you for everything you guys have done and do, and taking the time with me here tonight.
Yeah, thank you. And the rest of the team who worked so hard to put this together, man.
This was, we had some criticisms, but like overall, this was a blast. And like I said, I think a good chunk of the community was receptive to it. And I really do hope you consider, after maybe taking a little break, I hope you get back at it, because I do think you have a lot of really good ideas here. You just gotta... There's just some things that need to be fleshed out. I mean, this is your first attempt at doing this thing, right? I think that that's pretty impressive, considering the administrative and logistical elements involved in doing this thing that technically, for BattleTech hasn't been done before. So I greatly appreciate that you did it. And if you haven't played it, you should definitely check it out, listeners of BungleTech. I presume everyone that's listening is surely playing the BungleTech campaign, right?
I hope so.
So,
at least give it a shot. Mission 4, I can't sing the praises for enough. Like, it's actually a really fun time scrambling, looking for salvage.
And on Zemer's point, what's sort of cool about the missions is, like, play the campaign, use the resources as you want. Like, there is no right, there is no wrong. So if you I can't commit to the campaign because I don't want to do it. It doesn't sound interesting to me. There's too many modifiers. But Mission 4 sounds good. So just pop out Mission 4. Use it as a scenario for your table as a one-off. Like, the one thing we really wanted to do is every mission of the global campaign was different. Like, there was no mission that was exactly the same. And to me, I think they're very different. Like, very diverse across all the way through. So that was another one of our, objectives. And I think we achieved that for better and for worse. So feel free to, grab it and use it, listener, if you are interested.
I hope maybe like we could talk even after this, because I think I have more to say, believe it or not. And I think, like I said, if you end up doing this again, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
If you're doing this again, you know where to find me. I'd love to help with the future of the BungleTech campaigns.
I guess that's what I'm saying too. Is would love to like help out if you do this again. So, because I think in concept, I think conceptually it's a great idea,
but not in practice.
Well, no.
I see what you
think
did
in practice.
there. I see what you did there.
I think in practice it's flawed. Right. but like, again, this was like a first run, right? This is like there's a lot of firsts. I mean, is there another game that you've run a global campaign for?
The global campaign was definitely an ambitious initiative. Let's leave it at that. And it has been very time consuming. So yeah, I've done similar community stuff in the past, but never something like this, in my opinion. This is a special little project. And I think actually to your guys' points of like wanting to help, like Zemer actually reached out to me earlier on saying like, is there any way I can help? And I was like, get out of here, dude. I got, yeah. Navarality is a podcast. I'm like, ooh, missed opportunity. No, yeah. Like I think that a big challenge of this was I had to do so much coordination work. And that's really what, there comes a point where when you reach the point where doing the work would take less time than coordinating the doing of the work, that becomes really challenging for me. And so that's why I was like, sweet, like this is awesome that Zemer wants to be involved. And I was like totally down, but it just came down to a point where I'm like, can I take on more coordination right now? And so I think if we do this again, there's be lots of changes. And one of the changes will be, I think, adding more people to the pool to spread the workload out a little bit in advance. Because there was a lot of work, as you guys know. So yeah, let me bring you guys on board. If we do it again, I'm 100% down to bring you guys on board. I think that'd be sick. I think it'd be amazing. As a matter of fact, you guys should take over and bring me on board.
Did I mention that we understood how much work this was?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here,
Yeah, we're glad you did this.
Sweet. Well, guys, again, thank you so much for everything, for spending the time with me today. And excited for our future collaborations.
Yeah, thanks for bringing us on. Again, it was a pleasure talking with you, Nate.
It was good. I hope we talk more.
This is Professor Michael presenting The Sphere We Live In. The Spherical Campaign Initiative was an ambitious but ill-advised project by a pair of enigmatic entertainment producers. Already known for their unsuccessful bunker battle mech development, the Bunglers, as they were then known, announced their plan to develop a vast, interconnected system by which mercenary companies could acquire contracts and fight alongside each other. Unfortunately, operating the system was complex, and the SCI producers seemed unprepared for the volume of work required to maintain the project over an extended time. While some observers said that this should have been obvious from the outset, or why do you think the MRBC is so big, the producers themselves seemed proud with the accomplishment, calling it a totally unique product in the sphere, and that we had to do it. Despite higher-than-expected attrition, the Bunglers insist that the project was always planned to span a single year, but they have left the door open for restarting the project given enough love from the fans and financial backing. Now you know about the sphere we live in.
Now, after that quick break, we are back with a conversation between our Global Campaign Initiative community collaborators as we dive into what we all thought about the outcome of the GCI initiative. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to BungleTech, a BattleTech podcast. This is episode 38, and today we are doing something grand. We are looking back and assessing how we did for the Global Campaign Initiative, and I have with us today some big names, some BattleTech favorites, people in the community that others dream about meeting one day, shaking their hand, matching their gaze, and those people are... First, obviously, the sensual Michael. Everyone wants to shake his hand and meet his gaze.
Waving in the webcam, but no one can see that.
Make a wave sound effect, Michael. Next, we have two people that have joined us from the Mech Bay Podcast. Also, great contributors to the Global Campaign Initiative. That is Denham and Steve. Hello.
Howdy, howdy. Just happy to be here.
That's not what you said beforehand, Steve. And lastly, but not leastly, we have Dante, who is one of our freelance helpers, a BattleTech fanboy at a level of sickness that we do not question and we greatly appreciate, for he was a large foundational element of this campaign. A few people were missing today. We are missing Seth from the Mercenary Star podcast. Actually, that's the only person we're missing. But before I start and we get into a general discussion, I just want to give a quick rundown to thank everybody here for their contributions, because the Global Campaign Initiative was a true act of sick love in which everyone here really did significant work. I know we've talked about how much work this is and in various different forms, but let's emphasize again how much work it is. So I want to call out everyone here directly for what they did. So first, everyone in this podcast today, including the absent Seth, contributed to the campaign in the form of helping design it, consult on it, give review on it, and gave ideas regarding the types of things they would want to see in the campaign, what I called the crazy idea list. Everybody's crazy idea was integrated in some form. Just to name two crazy ideas, it was Denham's idea to do pseudotech, which was for Mission 1, and it was my idea to do the underwater mission, which is Mission 10. And there's other fun ideas in there too. Those are the two that come to the top of my mind right now. On top of that, Denham did voiceover for Old Friend and helped create the Mech Bay modifiers. Steve did voiceover for Lines of Sky and the Swordbreakers. He also did all the AS conversions and he helped create the Mech Bay modifiers. Michael created the after-action reports, did the data compilation, and created community modifiers options. His eyes were the ones that were really looking at the data and finding fun synergies. Dante created all the narrative content that includes the audio briefings and the interludes. He reviewed the missions and consulted on the proposed high-level arc of the campaign, and as well helped Michael determine the community modifier options. Seth, who was absent, created the Op4 briefs, created Bolt's Battlefield Bazaar, designed the Mercenary Star modifiers, and voiced Leo Sharp. And on top of that, we also had three people that are not present, Tex, Big Red, and Sven Vanderplank, who did guest audio briefings. Lots of contributions from everyone here. So today, guys, we are here to just talk about the global campaign, and I'm going to open it up to the floor. So first, I want to talk about things that we think we did right. Guys, what did the global campaign actually do right? We're bringing it nobody's raising their hand except Steve, the Valiant. Steve, please.
I did. Against all odds, something that I think we did really well, surprisingly, we managed to keep a pretty good time schedule. We kept everything online. Everything was moving smoothly, more or less. And I think everything came out on time. I don't think anything was late. We had one really, really close call with one of the Alpha Strike missions, but I managed to get it in just under the wire, and Nate got it out on time. So I think that's something we did well.
Cool. What about you, Denham? You want to jump in there too?
Yeah. Obviously, like, what's near and dear to me is that we got people to roll dice. That's a big thing. I'm sure that there are people out there who would not have played as much BattleTech over the past year as they would have otherwise. So the more people we have playing, the better it is. We gave them an opportunity to do that. We gave them a means. I think that's super great.
Cool. Dante?
I mean, we finished it.
That in and of itself is, I mean, a lot of places, a lot of people will start projects and not finish them.
Aside from that, of course, I mean, I do think that it was, we got a pretty good solid structure for the story in play and set up something that people could follow through as as an experience, continuous experiments over the year, and there's some value. There's a lot of value in that.
Michael.
Yeah, and just sort of like going off of that, it's hard to say exactly how many people played this game. We've got some really like significant outliers, like one table that apparently consistently had 10 people playing. But even just looking at like there were 10 people who took the time to fill out like the feedback form at the end of it, and based on the missions they put, those 10 people played like 86 games in total between them, which is like, that's a lot of games, like in terms of people rolling dice, like there were a significant number of people rolling dice explicitly to roll dice in our stupid undertaking, our ill-conceived undertaking.
And I think that to that point, like, we have to acknowledge that some people are still playing the global campaign and haven't finished it yet. And I can speak for personal experience. My table, that is now a merger of two tables, is still finishing and is actually finishing the last game, I think, next month. So there still are active players that are behind. That is generally the most common feedback I've gotten from people, like in terms of dropout reason, is just we can't organize our table. We're just behind. It's been a bit challenging to validate really how accurate, like in how many players we've gotten. But I mean, we did start with 50 tables, I think. And like at the end, I guess it's 10 tables that submitted an after action report, and people are still partaking. So it'll be interesting to see how that end analysis changes over time.
Yeah, and one of the folks who submitted the like final feedback form said that they were basically planning to use this as, the missions from this or this campaign as something they were going to using for just introducing new players to BattleTech. They sort of are looking forward to being able to use this as a campaign to run in perpetuity.
I agree, and I think that is one of the things that's sort of cool about the campaign is like, we're not pulling this down. This thing is going to exist. We probably are going to find a way to repackage it. I know I'd like to go in and clean some things up so people can have like a single package that they can download. People are going to be partaking on this for, I don't know, I'd imagine at least a few years people will stumble upon it and use it. So more people are going to use it across time, but definitely feels good to get it done. I think one thing I think we did right is I think in general, we made a fun experience and we brought the community together. There's this really crazy example that I keep on thinking of where we got a message of someone on Discord who was in Australia, and they play with a global campaign group in Australia, and they went to a random game store and they're walking around looking at BattleTech stuff, and they walk over to a table. And it's a group of BattleTech players playing the Global Campaign Initiative. Players they didn't know, like stuff like that. Like, oh, you're playing this too? Like this is across the world. This was really spread. And I know that lots of people, we had some challenges with people wanting to submit the feedback forms. People are going to forget. People are going to fall behind, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, we know people did play it. And we know the people that did play it did enjoy it. Although I'm sure there are some people that dropped out because, there were some questionable design decisions, perhaps. But let's get to the negative.
And I will just to jump in here for 1 second, I will say, I think that the negatives probably weigh a little bit heavier on this group than maybe for like most players. As people who have been committed to this for I don't even know how many months at this point. It's just a lifestyle right now. We mostly think of the hard work, less so like how great of a time we had at the board.
Absolutely, Michael. I think the big thing in this is we have a very different perspective than the players, right? Running any sort of campaign, doing any sort of preparation work for any role-playing or BattleTech game, you see it through a different lens. You're really concerned about how it's going to be received, and there's a lot of stress involved. So when we go through these things that we think we fell short on, the players did not see the ultimate vision. They only saw the end result. So they don't really know how far we fell from what we were trying to achieve. But so yeah, take all of this with a grain of salt. I think at the end of the day, it's a good structured campaign that is fun to play. I think that is what we need to keep in our mind when you listen to the next things that are going to come up here when we talk about all the behind the scenes kerfuffles and snafus. Just remember how much fun you had when you played this.
And one more positive thing I will say is I don't think any BattleTech campaign ever released audio briefings, ever released narrative interludes to this degree. Like, this hasn't been done. This hasn't been done in this scope in the BattleTech community, I think, ever. Like, people have done, campaigns. People have done, global, what are the, Denham can probably speak to it, but those Catalyst annual
Worldwide
events.
Worldwide
but those are
events
just specific single things, right? No one has done this, I think, scope. And, it's funny. It's not, it sort of bums me out a little bit when my own table doesn't want to listen to them, but other tables, like, some people really like them and some people really don't like them. And how many people have commented about the Amish and how having the Amish in there was so cool to them? Like, I really have to compliment Dante's writing in this, because it was such good writing. And for me, I loved narrating it, and it really elevated the quality of the campaign. There were so many things that elevated the quality: the packaging, the art, the narrative quality, the audio briefings, all this stuff, and all these different angles coming, like, made this a high quality thing despite some of the things that were shortcoming. Denham.
Yeah, so I was just going to say the audio briefings. WWE definitely does not do anything like that. The closest thing I've ever seen, though definitely not on this scale, was when we were doing Solaris stuff. I actually contacted Duncan Fisher to do intros and outros for our Solaris campaigns, and he will say anything if you pay him money. So to do customized intros and stuff, not a problem. It just the Solaris campaign didn't go long enough to really take advantage of that. So that's the closest thing I've seen, but this one was way bigger in scope, way bigger.
Cool. Well, with all the lovey-dovey stuff out of the way, where did we fall short? Don't raise your hands too quickly, everybody. Oh, no, I'm afraid what Dante's going to say. Take it away, Dante.
Yeah, sure. The Amish. No, I mean, as a writer, first off, I'm a little bit self-conscious about that, just because I'm trying to. I mean, one of the things I love about BattleTech is it's such a diverse universe, with so many different kinds of people and languages and cultures, and like every possible kind of diversity you can imagine, and trying to integrate that means having to also look at cultures and people and things like that I'm not used to thinking about, and then hopefully I did them some justice. So that's why I'm a little bit self-conscious about that, and I hope that came across okay. But as far as other actual things that we maybe I think we could have done a little better. I think just a little bit more fine-tuning on the scenario design was something I would have liked to do. I feel like we kind of left a lot of stuff for the GMs to put together, and maybe some of them really like that, but I think also it would be nice to give them a bit more optional direction so that it was easier to put together. Like, you have to build your own forces out of BV values. That's actually kind of a lot of work. And thinking about, how you want to put the map together is also a lot of work. So I think we gave them a lot of structure, but we could have done more. And whether they choose to use it or not, I think could have been that's something that we could leave up to them, but certainly giving them some guidance. Because definitely, if you want to sit down with BattleTech's a huge game. It's got a lot of moving parts, especially if you're playing Classic. And I've been playing a lot of like Frosthaven, Gloomhaven lately with my group of friends, and it's really nice to be able to just sit down and slam the pieces down like, this is exactly how it's set up, and then off you go. So to kind of take some of that extra work out of it. So, that's one thing I think I would have liked to do a little bit.
And I think Michael could confirm that from the data that we got back from the feedback we did get, that was one pain point was, I'm specifically about list building.
Mm-hmm.
Like people really
like having specific enemy lists or something, more guidance on maps. Before we even started, I think there was someone who was like, hey, I want to know what paint colors to use. So, I think having that guidance, players know that they can always pick and choose what they want, and they'll change what they don't like, probably. But yeah, and maybe a little bit more guidance for the people who are just getting into it. There's at least one person who said that, like, this was their first time doing any sort of BattleTech campaign, period. So,
Steve.
I think just to tack on to some of this, I think a lot of the issues that Dante brings up are a direct result of how we ran it and how we kind of developed this as we went. Something that I would have liked to have seen that I think would have helped these issues is maybe a little bit more pre-planning of the missions, so we had a little bit longer to work on some of these issues and more time to flesh them out. The way that it worked in reality is Dante would write the briefing or the background is what was going to happen. the classic mission would be developed. I would be given the classic mission with a pretty short timeline to come up with the Alpha Strike mission. Then we'd have to review everything, get it all greenlit, and then roll it out on the 27th for the episode, right? And then you'd have like a couple days to relax, and then you'd begin the process again for the next month, because we were trying to put these out month after month after month. So that's really not a long time for everybody to get all of their pieces finished, collected, fine-tuned. So a lot of these things where we could have gone into more detail, I think would have been solved with a little bit more lead time on our end. But that's just commentary on that. I think one thing that we could have done better on is, I don't want to call it focus, I don't want to call it scope creep. Nate, I love you, man. But you have a lot. You're an ideas man. You have a ton of ideas, and you want to put every single idea that you have, good or bad, into what we're working on. And that's fine. But things start to bloat a little bit. And when we're trying to juggle too many balls, I was really worried we were going to drop one. I think it came out okay, but I think having a much tighter focus might have helped with some of the internal chaos.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll say on that, we like going back to what you were saying about what went well, Nathan, on this is, no one's really done something of this scope before. I mean, 10 missions isn't like a crazy number of missions, but 10 missions over an entire year with like community collaboration and stuff like that it is a pretty big undertaking. And, we definitely did go in with like more of we went in with a dream for like what this was going to be and what all it would become. And then a lot of it was like on the fly, just like realizing what worked, what didn't work. And, by the back half, we were pretty consistent at churning these things out. But it took us quite a while to get to that point of like, what is the every month? And so like, Nathan, I know you going into it, you definitely had like a vision for like, hey, we're going to do this work beforehand. We're going to do this work every month. How do you feel that you had an accurate understanding of that work at the outset? Or did you misjudge?
Well, it was way more work than I anticipated it. And I know that like everybody collectively warned me this was going to be more work. The thing that I didn't expect was the coordination work. And so there were a few things that we did. So the missions, for example, we didn't develop them to essentially, okay, we had the skeleton high level framework straight away, and then I developed maybe 6 months into the campaign, I developed the rest to like a meat level, but they still needed to be gone back on a monthly basis to go through again, to do the review, to do the modifiers before it went to Steve for the AS modifier. So all that stuff was happening. We were working on this for a while. I think I developed the monthly schedule maybe 3 months in, because I didn't realize, I'm like, oh my God, okay, we need a monthly schedule to manage this, because it was just too chaotic. Like I needed by this day we get this, by this day we get this, by this day we get this. And it resulted in there being essentially a week break, right? Every single time. And the week break wasn't really a break for me, but it was a break sort of collectively on the schedule. Really, it wasn't any break for me across the entire period, just because there was always something little to do. But I just was not expecting the coordination effort, even though the coordination effort is something that was inherently required, like it's unavoidable. There's a few choices that were made throughout this, and like one of them I find the simplest is like how I designed the mission briefs. I designed the mission briefs to look a certain way, be structured a certain way, and therefore all the missions had to slot into that format. And I think that the format in some regards started failing. And I tried to slot it in. There was so much minutia of moving stuff back and forth that it just seemed like it wasn't as efficient as it could have been. Michael?
All right. So, from Steve's perspective, there was scope creep. From your perspective, coordination was a big deal. Was it worth having all of us helping you? Would this have been easier to do by yourself?
Yeah, be honest here. Be honest.
So I actually think it might have been easier, or it might have been the same, me doing it by myself. I'm not joking, but it would have been way worse. Or way worse. Or maybe it would have been like 25% more effort for me. And like, I couldn't do the AS conversion. There's things that I actually couldn't do, right? So it's like, it's one of those questions that it was a lot. At the end of the day, a product is better because of collaboration. Like, it's like, if we didn't have people questioning the work, like there's lots of bad calls I made that people pulled back. And there's lots of bad calls I made that people didn't pull back and I snuck in. So I think like, I've been thinking about that throughout this campaign because sometimes that was a frustration point for me. And that it may have been the case, but if I did have done the entire thing by myself, the scope would have to be reduced and the quality would be worse, and that would just be a fact. I'm long story short, I'm glad I didn't do it by myself. Let me answer it like that. I'm glad you were here with me on the journey and put up with me. A huge kudos to everybody because I know there's been some misconceptions about like the schedule or misconceptions about changes throughout the process. But the reality is, even though misconceptions came about, lots of those misconceptions could be from my fault. Everybody stuck with it. And everyone was like, okay, let's move forward. Like, it's okay. Like, everyone was super collaborative, even though I know there are many instances in which people were frustrated by me. And still, the fact that there was this frustration directed towards me, and not in like a hate Nathan way, not like screw Nathan, not in that way. People still stayed with it. That's as much a privilege and honor to me as it is the people that have been playing the campaign. I just really am thankful for that. Steve.
You mentioned a few of the not so great ideas snuck through. In your effort to help contain this chaos, Nate proposed that we use Microsoft Loop to help organize our schedules and ideas. And I'm not a Luddite. I swear I do understand how technology functions and how most programs work. But my God, did I hate that program. I couldn't find anything in it. I was like, Nate's like, I gave this information to you. It's on the Loop. I go, I don't know where. I give you such a hard time, Nathan, and I'm sorry.
Loop was a piece of junk, and I will never use it again. It wasn't actually... not pointing fingers. It was suggested by the group. It wasn't actually my suggestion, but it looked so good on paper. Oh my God, it did not work at all, man. It was so painful. You couldn't access it. I couldn't even tag people. I put in so much work organizing that thing at the beginning. I'm like, past the point of no return. This is what we're stuck with until this is done. Anyhow, it was messy. Dante.
Mostly, I just hope that whatever's on there doesn't end up in some AI slop bucket. But aside from
slurped up.
From that, yes, you're an ideas guy. You've got so much enthusiasm. Thank goodness you're willing to be edited. So I really do appreciate that. I think one of the things going to scenario design, definitely we use the BungleTech account. I can't remember what the name of the resource is. Your kind of preset missions is kind of like a basic skeleton framework kind of kickstart things. I think now that we've had a chance to do this once, I don't know that, I think by the end I was kind of feeling a little bit straitjacketed by that, a little bit, and I think having a little bit more freedom about how to structure and really give some direction on scenarios. The main reason I say this is because it's like you have to set up one scenario and then change or modify elements from that scenario to make the actual published scenario, So you're kind of having to think about one rule set, then add or subtract to it, and then you have another one. And I'm always I just want things to be so simple at the back end when someone's actually like reading it and putting it into practice. So I think that's one thing that I'll just mention there.
Cool. Denham?
Yeah. So when you first mentioned this project to me, I was mostly a consult because I actually do run a monthly campaign. Compared to this, it is a much, much smaller, much more contained campaign. And I do remember you telling me how little work you expected to do for each month leading up to it. And I do hope that on some small level, my advice to you for trying to keep it simple reduced it by a little bit, at least. I like to think that if I was not here and part of this project, that it would have been even worse or bigger. Not worse because it wasn't bad. I think it would have been a bigger herd of cats to control. So I hope that it helped a little bit anyway.
Michael?
So I'm sort of curious to both Dante and Denham. maybe in that order. You've both run campaigns, you've written stories, you've developed like lore and stuff. So how much worse of an experience was it? How much more difficult was it writing the lore story unfolding of an adventure for the global campaign versus whatever you've built yourself?
Dante?
Yeah, sure. I'll jump on that. So I also don't want to leave the impression that I don't think the BungleTech resources are good. They're really great for pickup games. I think that's fantastic. So as a starting point or as like kind of an idea, I think it gave us something to work with initially, but I think going forward we may want to have some more freedom on that. And I think also we've used all the scenarios that are in your pack, so that's all tapped out. Yeah, it was a bit challenging because we had to come up with scenarios that also fit with those different mission types and then try and order them, and we didn't want to reuse them more than once and things like that. So that's what I kind of mean by like feeling a little bit straitjacketed. Like, we kind of, okay, I've used this type of mission. Does it still fit within the narrative? And how do I have to make the narrative turn in order to fit the next mission type, right? So there were some challenges in there. That was a bit challenging. Just as far as the challenge in like preparing lore and material, writing in second person past tense is really annoying.
Okay, that was not what I was expecting as an answer. I see.
And that was a constraint that was put on the campaign based on the vision I had regarding we're not telling an individual group story. We're telling a story that we need plausible deniability that multiple people could be approaching.
We can't get into this right now. we gotta talk about this later. There's a whole thing. Don't open that can of worms right now.
Okay, we won't. Denham, you want to jump in?
Oh, I was just going to say that at least for my campaign, like it's one store. It's not global. I tend to go of the opinion that I should just keep it as simple as possible. The lore stories basically write themselves because my players all play in the same mercenary unit, even though they might not have the same table. It's all part of the Hangar 18 mercenary group. Their decisions that they do at the table, that's what they take with them. So the lore is different in their heads than it would be for anything that I were to put out there. So I think they're all making their own individual story with just a little bit of guidance for me. And I think that works out really well for them. But I don't know how well that would work for a global audience.
Mm-hmm. So I'd like to add that I think one thing that we fell short on was modifiers in general. And by that, I mean our community modifiers, we initially had a bigger scope for them, like how we believed there'd be more influence. They were still influenced, they were still involved, it was still tied into the narrative and all that stuff, but I think we want it to be more. Also, the Mercenary Star, Patron, and Mech Bay modifiers, those were interesting because like sometimes they were really good, sometimes they were really hit or miss. And I think Dante mentioned to me before is like sometimes they were way too powerful. And I actually, on the topic of like Nathan being the crazy guy, you guys didn't know this, but like as my last pass on the mission brief, it was probably every mission I'd make those modifiers less powerful because they were just like how things added up. I'm like, oh my God, another modifier. And like the reason we created those modifiers is because I was like, okay, this is so cool thematically. Mech Bay the podcast makes the Mech Bay modifiers. Mercenary Star the podcast makes the Mercenary Star modifiers. And BungleTech's patrons make the Patron modifier. I'm like, that is this really cool collaborative idea. But I know Steve mentioned to me, like you felt like, because we also thematically constrained it and you felt too constrained by the constraints I put. And I think you weren't the only one. I think Seth felt the same way. Sorry, go ahead.
No, for me, I think I misunderstood the intention. You were saying, hey, this is the modifier for the Mech Bay. I went, that's for our podcast. I can make modifiers. And I started making all sorts of crazy modifiers, this, that, and the other, doing whatever I thought would be interesting for the mission. And you're like, no, as if the Mech Bay were to modify the game, like the actual repair bay in our game here. What are they going to do to change the scenario? And I'm like, oh, that is a much narrower scope than I thought the initial intent was. So I came up with all sorts of crazy stuff that ended up getting axed, and maybe for the better, maybe not. But
yeah, with good reason.
They weren't that bad.
All right, Michael.
Yeah. So, this goes back to Steve's original, like scope creep, and, to maybe a lot of us, like, what the scope creep was is obvious, but as a player, you may not sort of understand it. But I think this sort of gets at like, all those different modifiers are an example of something where, they were all cool ideas. Every single one of those, like, having a Mech Bay modifier, cool. Having a community modifier, cool. Having a Patreon modifier, cool. But they were all like added on and maybe not like as coherent as we wanted it to be. None of them were like really the thrust of it. If this was just like, printing out generic missions, but then, every month we were sending out our special modifiers to create like a kooky combination of, all the different things affecting, the Mech Bay says do this and BungleTech says, you can't bring any mechs that don't have melee weapons, and the patrons say that you have to kill someone with a death from above. There's like a concept in there, and it's a cool idea. It's hard to say no, but was it really at the heart of what we wanted the GCI to be? Probably not, but we didn't really know that at the outset, that wasn't necessarily what we wanted the GCI to be. Like it's a cool idea. It's hard to, turn it down.
Yeah. Dante.
I mean, I always thought that adding extra layers of stuff was going to get really complicated. So I always come from the stance of like, if I got to teach the scenario or play a scenario with somebody who has very little understanding of all these extra minutiae and rules, they're going to like bounce off so hard and fast. And that's always been a worry of mine. I'm glad people like have been able to navigate that and enjoy it. But I always want to think like, okay, if we could start this from the first mission, I also want it to be a tutorial mission, like the most basic BattleTech. Now, I know there's the love of cool, and we also have to serve that too.
I will say people loved the pseudotech starting mission, and that is all thanks to Denham's idea. Denham, take it away.
Yeah, I was just going to build on what Dante said, was that adding a lot of things like that can take a 3 to 4 hour game and really bump it into the 8-hour time slot if you've got players who don't know the rules really well. And sitting at a gaming store for 4 hours is very different than being stuck there for 8 when you're like, oh, are we going to go back and do that campaign again? You're like, dude, I don't have an entire day to spend on this. So making sacrifices to make it a shorter thing is one of those things that you have to do for a campaign.
Yeah. So moving on, I just wanted to talk about our monthly work schedule or cycle. We've already talked about it being a little bit painful. Is there anything that anyone wants to clarify about why they thought that was tough for them? Steve, why'd you raise your hand? That's weird.
Yeah. So I went over briefly before what the general kind of layout was. I was always the last one to get the memos to what was happening, and I always had the shortest amount of time to get my portion done. And like you mentioned, Nate, the timeline wasn't solidified until like month 4 or something like that. So the first couple maybe disproportionately affect my looking back on this process, but I always felt like I was under the gun, and I had like 3 days to really sit down, and between family and work obligations, those 3 days sometimes were very, very busy. So I felt like I was, always racing the clock to get stuff done. And this feeds into why I feel like I probably could have done some of those Alpha Strike missions a little better if I'd had a little bit more time to, chew on and marinate the ideas a little better. So that's just a me thing. So yeah.
Michael.
I was going to say that as the person mostly, a lot of my things involved dealing with people's responses and understanding like where things were. That was quite challenging on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis because of the there's a new mission. I'm going to be honest, I didn't read the missions beforehand a lot of the time, right? I had only a rough understanding of what was going on. And then there would be 13 responses where people they poured their heart and soul into what happened at their table. And I wanted to understand that because I don't want to leave that on the table. There is adventure in there, and these people wrote it down for us. And so I'm like, all right, I need to read all of these people understanding. So I'm like, okay. And so then, Billy Bob, death from above, the executioner, but he got shot down. And then in this other table, then, the pilot got crit for the 4th time. He's rolling really bad. And trying to parse that all down into some mechanical thing and to be like, Michael, Where's the friggin' community modifier? Tell me how this modifies the state of the game. And I'm like, I don't know. The Phoenix Hawk exploded. That's what I know. So that every month was like, I was like dreading. I'm like, oh my God, I have to open up that response spreadsheet. I'm going to spend the next 2 hours reading it and understanding what happened to all these people's very heartfelt stories. I loved reading them, but then distilling it down to like, how does this impact the universe? I don't know what happened.
It is a full-time job for that.
Dante?
I mean, I will say some of those players just wrote more than I did, which, and like, I mean, if nothing else, that really showcases how much fun I think people have had with this. And so that kind of makes for me a lot of the effort very much worth it. So yeah, that's all I would say about that. I did also read a bunch of those and just thought, yeah, there's a lot of good stories here.
I completely second that. Like, them putting that much effort into it meant that they were invested in this. I mean, that's the goal. It's the stories.
And I know we just spent quite a bit of time going over all the pain points and what we didn't like. And from us as, creator, from our perspective, the issues, right, people had fun. We're also laughing about it after the fact. I think it was absolutely worth it. And the end result is phenomenal, right? I mean, I know, Nathan, when you first proposed this idea, my response to you is not, yeah, I want to do this. My response to you was, I need to do this, right? I meant that. This is and was such a huge undertaking that hadn't really been done on this scale before, right? We've seen worldwide events, but that's one mission that people take a year to produce and put out, right? This was 10 individual missions changing every month with community input. I'd never seen anything like this, and I wanted to be a part of it. I needed to be a part of it because to do something like this and have it succeed, bringing that joy to other tables, seeing everybody play your missions and have a good time with it, that is such a reward. It is such a rewarding experience. And I think you did a very good job gathering a great team of people. I mean, I know you said you could have done this yourself. I mean, maybe that remains to be seen, but you got a great group of folks, and I think everybody pulled their weight and everybody contributed different elements that you wouldn't have otherwise gotten. End of the day, I think it was a rousing success, and we should all, take a lot of pride in that.
I just want to clarify that the arrogance of my statement is saying I could do it by myself, because I really it's.
You meant it.
I meant it. I do mean it, but there wouldn't have been Alpha Strike. There wouldn't have been narrative interludes. There would have been Max an audio briefing that would have been poorly written. Things wouldn't be polished. It's about the quality level, right? Like, if the global campaign is an A+, I could have done this myself at a C-, is what I'm saying, if that makes sense. So anyhow, that's what I think. But maybe I should try season 2 by myself and see what happens. 2 weeks in, Steve, help me.
Here's my daily rate.
Dante?
I think what Steve was saying is there's a fine line between genius and madness. Unfortunately, we fell just over the line here.
We crossed over multiple times, back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty tight production schedule. I think if we'd invested a bit more time just really firming up a lot of the missions up front, I think we could have had a bit of a smoother process. I mean, fortunately, I'm pretty quick with the writing, so that wasn't that bad for me. But it was the scenario design that really took the most effort and back and forth, I think, and that was the hardest part for me.
And so one thing I'm thinking now, and I've been chatting to a few people about this actually when I was talking to Mechs and Men on their Twitch stream the other day, they actually recommended well, why don't you release a mission package every 3 months instead? And I was like, wow, the concept of releasing a mission monthly with something that had community modifiers and community feedback and stuff like that, it forced us to have this really crazy schedule. But if we modified it to you release a package that includes 2 missions every 3 months, it would become so much more manageable. And you could cut down the narrative interlude. You can only have 1 narrative interlude. You could still have 2 audio briefings. You could change stuff completely, and it would also align better with how quickly people were playing the campaign. 1 game a month was too much for most people. So I think that the fact that we wanted to release a mission every month with community feedback, even though the community feedback was a month behind in delay, it inherently made this an extremely challenging thing that was not going to give us what we wanted at the end of the day. Like exactly what Michael's saying, exactly. Like, it's like, how does he interpret that and come with community modifiers? Oh, it's just so complicated. And so I really think that like the logistical decisions that we made at the beginning, but releasing a mission every month is cool, right? It's like people are like, oh my God, I get a mission every month. That's so sweet. But at the end of the day, people weren't playing a mission every month. And then they got behind. And then what happens when people get behind? I don't want to do this anymore. There's too much to catch up on, right? So it's like, I think that some very basic logistical changes, I think could make this a lot smoother. Anyhow, that's my thought. I want to move to themes in the feedback data. What do we see in the feedback data? What popped out to us? Michael shared some stuff. So we've already mentioned how, a ton of people said, I would have loved if you had lists available for me, if you let me know what mechs to use. And actually, at the beginning, that was actually in the scope. In the scope, we were initially going to have the OP4 was going to have the briefing description about them, and it was going to have some mech options. But then what we decided to do instead was create like a general mercenary list, which actually people could have pulled from still because they were relevant to all of them. But I guess people would want a more specific stuff. I don't know. That's an example. Steve?
You mentioned the OP4 list, and I'm in agreement with you that it might be better to provide a general pool. But one of the issues and one of the reasons why we dumped that idea was because if you're facilitating this game, and we release it on the 27th, and your campaign day is the second Saturday or whatever of any month, that gives you 14 days to paint up a specific set of units that we've dictated. And if you don't already have those painted, there's no way you're going to, maybe some people have the time to paint, a dozen units in, a dozen days. But I think we kind of felt that might be too much pressure to put on people if they want to field painted units rather than just running gray plastic. Right. So that was one of the rationales that we dumped a specific OP4 list to a little bit more freeform. And maybe we went too freeform in hindsight.
Denham?
Well, I was just going to say that what I'm hearing is that we need to take all the modifiers and bury them behind a DLC paywall and start up a subscription service for them to get the real, like the real meat of it. That's what I think.
The real global campaign? They just get the campaign initiative until they reach the paywall, then they get the global expansion. I like it. I want to monetize everything. Dante?
I'm certainly not getting any cut of that, I don't think. But I guess the one thing I'm always wanting to make sure of, like, we definitely had a lot of folks who had a great time, who write incredible stories into the feedbacks. I think I was also just always a little bit careful about, are we making this too difficult sometimes? Because we were scaling and balancing missions really kind of aggressively, I think, and using only BV. So from a game master perspective, that takes away a lot of tools, and maybe I'll talk about this later too. But I always worry about some of the groups navigated that amount of difficulty pretty well, but then I always worry about, okay, is there other groups that are like falling off, that are disappearing and not giving us feedback because the missions are getting too hard. So I was always kind of worried about that. And I'd be interested to maybe look at our data again and see, if aside from people who are not keeping up with the release of missions, also like are there people that may be falling away and giving some feedback about difficulty or other problems and coming back to that maybe for next round if we go there. It's survivorship bias, basically. Like, I just want to make sure that the information that we're getting is not just the people who survived the campaign and had a great time, but also, are we actually getting enough feedback about maybe some people who didn't have as great a time? I just want to make sure that we think about.
I agree. And I just don't know how, because I could give you from word of mouth, right? Most people that have dropped out, there's only two reasons I can think of. Reason number one is I can't schedule with my group. I just can't do a game this quickly. And number two is, my God, you're getting me to put 120,000 BV on the table. Those are the two clear themes that I've seen so far. But you're right. Like this, we're only right now measuring what we have. But at the same time, we can measure the satisfaction of the missions that were completed. And the satisfaction of the missions that were completed, even as people fell off throughout the campaign, they were still rated in a very similar rating. I think they'd be about 4.8, probably, right, Michael?
4.8 stars out of 5. Or 4.8 out of the 10 people who decided to fill out the feedback form at the end. Go fill out the feedback form if you haven't filled it out yet. We still want to know.
We do still want to know.
Yeah, please.
We do still want to know. Yeah, no, Nathan, this is something that I've talked with Nathan a bunch about is the different experience people have. And this gets back to, again, the big giant can of worms that I am gesturing at, but not opening at this time, which is, what exactly is the global campaign? What does it mean for each different table? I think sort of the goal was these are some guidelines. This is some stories to tell, but ultimately the story is being told by you and your table. But at the same time, we did provide multipliers on feed, force numbers, and people are doing their salvage and accumulating new mechs and stuff. And so they field a giant number. And, there's at least a couple tables that were every single month, they're like, oh my God, it took us 8 hours to resolve the attack rolls for 20,000 battle value of mechs across the table. What are you doing to us? So, it's sort of hard. And I think this is kind of this kind of ties into, something that Steve mentioned about painting mechs is a bit of a blind spot for you and me, Nathan. I run random garbage. I've got a couple favorite mechs. Some of them are painted. Some of them are 3D printed. They're, whatever. You've been open about I proxy whatever I feel like. I don't need to have a giant stable of mechs. For some people in the community, having the right mechs with the right paint scheme is that's a big part of having a good game is being able to see that whole tabletop of, whole lance in gang colors or, so that's really important to them. Having, what units they want, having time to be able to prepare them, paint them, that mattered to them. But to you and me, we're just so oh, whatever, mechs are mechs. So you could use, paper tokens if you had to, so yeah. It's kind of weird. It's hard to, again, going to the global thing, it's hard to make something that's global to every table. How do you make something that works for every table and what they're all looking for? Weirdos like Nathan with every advanced rule, or someone who plays exactly by the rule classic BattleTech 1990 rules.
Well, that's me.
I was thinking next time if we do this again, rather than balance it by BV, we should just simplify it and balance it by tonnage. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's
Steve
a great idea.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right.
Actually,
I know that was a troll and we
GCI
all fell for it, but really.
GCI Season 2 is actually using Battle Value version 1. So all those numbers they have for BVV2, we don't really agree with that. We're going back to the classic.
I think in general, the modifiers were overwhelming. I think we can say that for sure because every mission had the 3, once again, Mercenary Star, and then you had Patron, and you had Mech Bay, and then you had the mission, and then you had your track, and each track had different modifiers. Right. So probably it's safe to say that on average, each mission had 6 separate modifiers on top of it. Right. But one thing I did find that people liked is they actually liked getting the TAC Ops rules as options. They liked having, in this mission, there's shielded movement. I got a lot of feedback from people in person and talking and just about, and I think I know no one has called it out directly in the feedback, I think, but how shielded movement's really cool. And so I think incorporating the advanced rules, I think people liked that, but once again, not chucking everything in there. And when we incorporated the advanced rules, I had to rewrite them because you couldn't they're so poorly written in TAC Ops. And I'm not a good writer, but I had to organize them and structure them down to fit in a page. And I think it actually made it more accessible for people. Dante?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things about not throwing everything in the kitchen sink into every mission, because using the judicious choice of a particular advanced rule really gives a mission a particular identity, flavor, and flair. So I think if you just choose that 1 or 2 extra things that make it special, that goes so far as scenario design. And then also I think when you want to think about how do you balance around that new element as well, and where the challenge in the mission is. How do you want to emphasize that, the use of that rule? You want to kind of highlight it so it's not just kind of off to the side, but it's actually kind of central. So I think that's one of the things I want to think about going into any future ideas of scenario design. One of the big takeaways I learned from this is how do you choose your theme and then really make that the fulcrum for the whole mission.
Mm-hmm. Denham?
Yeah, Dante, I 100% agree with you. It's like you and I have both run campaigns before. That is exactly what I do for my campaigns when I'm trying to come up with a cool mission idea, is I find one advanced rule, and that's what the mission is based around. And it works really, really, really well, for sure.
So with survivor bias aside, as Dante's pointed out, one thing we do know is that the people that did survive the process want another global campaign, and they enjoyed it a lot. But no, anyhow, we should check back in on this over time to see how many people actually complete it. And just keep our eyes on it, because who knows if, for example, my own table, I'd be surprised if we don't get 5 more responses in that form over the next month. And then we'll see how much it builds, because who knows how many people decide to commit this all the way through. So, any
you
more
heard that,
themes
listeners.
that we want to...
Get in there, fill out your things. Don't make Nathan a liar.
Yeah, don't make me a liar. I'm being slandered enough in this episode.
Truth is a defense to slander.
This is a random thing to call out, but can I call out that it's kind of weird that we have so many lawyers who contributed to this? That's like a statistical anomaly, right?
Well, I mean, BattleTech is a game that has a lot of rules. Rules are kind of a form of legislation. So when we talk about...
God.
All right, I'm not going to get into philosophical.
Thank God. So I guess 33% of our supporting staff were lawyers, or our collaborators were lawyers. And despite that, everything still got done, which proves lawyers are very competent and organized. Thank you.
On our good days.
So is there anything else we saw in the feedback data we want to call out?
Look at Michael more because he had to look at it most.
Yeah.
Because
Michael is pleading the fifth from what I hear.
No, I think overall, it was really positive. Y'all had really nice things to say. Everyone had their own particular I would have changed this, I would have done that. But overall, people seem to have really liked it. One that I was surprised about is looking at people's favorite missions. It was an extremely even distribution of favorite and least favorite missions, except for mission 10. I would say is probably the most controversial. It was one person's favorite mission and 2 people's least favorite mission. So it is an outlier in that fact, in that which is fair. That was a bit of a weird one, right? So,
And the 3 missions were all actually kind of very different, even though they had the same skeleton, right? Because of depending on which route you chose. So I could definitely see people coming into them very differently.
And I think the negative feedback we got was regarding track alpha, the sword breakers, because people found it, I think one person mentioned it was narratively weird that the sword breakers would have such a big force, yet they're retreating. Why aren't they just killing us? Because there's a timeline to get to the dropship. And there was artillery too. There was artillery coming in. I thought that maybe I did something wrong in the rules. Who knows? I got to double check.
I also learned a lot about survey development, things that I maybe, I'd been taught, a little bit back in university and stuff, but never properly internalized. But there was a middle option in the rate 1 to 7. And you never put a middle option on your surveys, because then everyone picks that. So how do people think the balance was? 4.4 out of 7. How do people think the pace was? 4.1 out of 7. How do people think the bookkeeping was? 4.1 out of 7. How are the briefs? 3.9 out of 7. So right in the middle, everything is exactly average according to the people who filled out the survey.
That was the range was too much or too little or just right. 4 is just right? 4 is the porridge they want to eat.
Yeah, sure. We'll take that, yeah. Every
so
single
we were
question
so
was phrased as 4 was the best, and we got perfect grades.
Damn, we're good. All right, that's all. And say no more, say no more. All right, let's get into, this one's going to be fun. If this was done again, or if we had, this knowledge now and we were doing this again, what proposed design changes would we make? This includes, how we approached the global campaign, and also mechanical changes. I'll just go first when I say, I'm just going to reiterate what I mentioned about the monthly schedule. I would say we're not doing it monthly schedule anymore. We're releasing it in a package. I think that would change a lot. That's one thing. Steve.
I think something that would at least make Michael's life much simpler. I think a better direction on how the community influences the tracks, right? We had we need a community modifier. We need to see what the data is before we can really dive into the next mission. Even though we were leapfrogging that input, I might suggest that we make it more of a binary. Did the majority of players do X, then this would occur in the next mission. Did the majority of players do Y, then this would occur in the next mission. It gives us a lot tighter, I guess, direction on how we want to make future missions, which also allows us to work on them in advance with less branching patterns. Would it make it less dynamic? Yes. Would it make all of our lives easier? Also, yes.
Dante?
And I also think, no, it wouldn't necessarily be less dynamic. I think just having a little bit of planning ahead, but having fewer variables to worry about would still allow quite a lot of things to change and be responsive to player input without necessarily breaking that sense of what happens, happens. I mean, one of the things I was always thinking about, especially if there's a longer time lag, or if, we want to give people more time to get their feedback in on a slower pacing, is also like, there might be an opportunity to do some strategic votes about, like, if the players want to choose option A or B as well, as far as like next steps, if those paths are open to them. So that's another thing that could also potentially play in. Another thought I had that we, going back to that question of balance and mission design, Denham and I already talked about the idea of like choosing, your scenario rule and theme, but also just around, I think we kind of did it backwards by building off of classic first, because, this might make more works for Steve, but but on Alpha Strike, right, they have the different mech types, the Juggernaut, in fire support, or whatever the different classes are, and the different lance types, like battle lances, recon lances. And that could have provided, different layers of optional structures for GMs to build their lists around. And that also lets us tune missions more towards those things. If you have an objective that's covered by fire support LRM mechs, that makes the players have to choose and solve a particular kind of problem, and then that makes that's what makes the mission kind of interesting. I think in the feedback we saw lots and lots of diversity in how GMs chose to assign their battle value, which meant that we kind of lost control of the scenario design a little bit, and as far as balancing and what kind of difficult problem the players might run into. So yeah, on the one hand, it made the GMs do all that work, but I think as far as us providing some guidance and making it easier for them to put together, and we can always say, oh, this is optional. You can do this if you want to, but this is what we suggest, and this is what we've balanced this idea around.
Yeah, mine was exactly what Dante had said about the advanced rules. Use those more as a thematic tool and less than have them all available by default. I think that would make it better for scenario design purposes. Give the players something neat to do each mission, because that's what I do, and it works.
Mm-hmm. So one thing we did, which was, so originally it was my decision, blame Nathan, and then we sort of went back and we decided not to go back and revert it as a team. But I think this was a mistake. Removing scale was stupid. It was really bad, and it led to an infinite scope creep of the game that made it not manageable. My table is an example of that. In Mission 9, the Swordbreakers had 120,000 BV on the table.
Jesus Christ.
120,000 BV. It's okay. I was the GF. I managed it. But it was
3-hour game, guys. 3-hour game.
It was brutal. We actually completed it in 5 hours, believe it or not. They completed the mission 5 hours, and they managed it. Like my table is the example of, I think, the most extreme you can go in trying to break the system and see if it's still playable and see if you can still beat it. So that was like, in my opinion, we were a litmus test. And it ended up being manageable. But still, at the same time, 120,000 BV. And also, one thing I really was hoping that GMs would instinctively do is that players would start saying, okay, for this mission, I have 2 mechs. I'm going to bring in my Flea instead of my Thunderbolt, because my Flea has less BV. And then if I do this, the scope of the Op4 will shrink. And I think that would become more apparent if you utilize the scale system. Instead, it would like force people to select rather than just leave it open-ended, because no one did that, because basically the philosophy was, oh, I have a mech, I'm putting it on the table. But every single time people did that, there was a consequence of this bloat and bloat and bloat. So I think scale would have really held it in place better. Dante?
Yeah, I mean, that ties back into what we were saying about using the Alpha Strike designations for, lances and individual types of mechs as well, because you could tie those to scale pretty easily. I think one thing we've actually kind of forgot on, maybe on something that we did right, maybe on the feedback as well, is the modified initiative rules. I don't recall anybody complaining about those. And if from what you're saying from your table, if you ran 120,000 BV and still got done in 5 hours, that probably helped to speed things up a lot for most tables, hopefully. So I feel like that was a success. I'm just putting that out there.
I think I seem to remember, Nathan, a few like private complaints about the initiative system. I don't remember it coming up much during the feedback.
The initiative system's interesting because, for one, it achieved by making it manageable. Because you're right. If in the last game I had 120,000 BV and I wasn't using that initiative system, it wouldn't have been manageable. The thing is, it did, well, two things. One, it changes the feeling of BattleTech. At the scale that it was, it makes it way more a puzzle game. Because then all of a sudden, when there's 120,000 BV of Op4 on the table, you then are like, where's the puzzle piece where I can place myself, where I can not get hit? You know what I mean? It becomes much more like slotting yourself in. So that is a consequence of the bloat. Number two, and this is the craziest thing, we let people be very open, use what rules you wanted. People decided not to use that rule, but still play with the BV modifiers. And that is insane. Because the reason the BV modifiers existed as they did is because of the initiative boon, which is huge. The Op4 moving as BSPs is a huge advantage. And people, I don't think, understood how big that advantage is. And so what they do is they say, okay, instead of it, I'm going to give everyone in my unit +2 on all initiative rolls. Of all the things you could have changed in the campaign to make it flow better or to like modify for your own table, that's the one thing people shouldn't have changed. Because everything was so dependent on that. So I think it was really a success in many ways, but also it was a bad taste for other people in other ways, which is interesting. So yeah.
Okay. So I mean, that goes to the question of how do we write those? How do we write those? I mean, certainly it was the intent, I think, behind having that initiative adjustment was to make it easier for GMs to run these scenarios, right? Because if you're just one person and you're playing against 4 people, that and having to think about initiative and kind of set it up that way, that's a lot of work for one person to do. So that was the intent. And of course, yes, because it is such an advantage, it does lead to the BV for the Op4 being higher, which lets you can have the players kind of feel a little bit like heroes in that they can actually do more fancy maneuvering and get back shots and tuck away and control the situation a little better, which is why you get the BV advantage. So yeah, it's interesting to see that people were not quite understanding how those two pieces fit together. Maybe we need to be more explicit about it.
That's a thing that I would propose that we change. The campaign was built around the concept of rotating GMs. That was something that, is important to me because I don't like when people get trapped in a GM role and I want people to have the option to flippy floppy, right? There is some negative consequence of this. Number one, the person who ran the first, let's say the first GM decides to run the first 2 missions. They've read the campaign manual. They know the mission briefs. They set everything up. They sort of understand the principles of play. They then hand it off to the next GF or GM. That player was less likely, I believe, from the understanding, to either recall the principles that we documented in the operations manual or to have even read the operations manual. So, for example, the likelihood of them making changes that sort of violated the principle of how we framed the game would happen. I think if this was done again in a similar fashion, there needs to be more like notes for the GM. Not prescriptive notes, but like, keep this in mind. In this mission, the Op4 should play like this. The objective is for the player force to withdraw in a bad state. I don't want to say handheldy, but we needed more direction for the rotating GFs for sure. So that's all we're changing. We're changing scope.
It's perfect.
More directions. God, this was well made. Okay, so we need unit examples. We want timeline changes. We want more directions. And we want something else that I just forgot.
Focused scenario design.
Yes. Well, there you go. Okay, well, we did good, guys. Actually, that is sort of the whole concept of what we were doing, but let's not go into it. Don't read too much into it. Okay. I want to move into a different vein of thinking here, different line of thinking. And this is something that I've been thinking about. And actually, Michael brought this up because, people have been asking for the Global Campaign Season 2. We've been messaged about it. We've had people in the forums, directly, indirectly. People think it really added value to the community. But the new Aces campaign, BattleTech Aces is out. It is a campaign product that is pre-built missions that runs itself. Like you collaboratively do it. So functionally, there is no GF or GM. It's like a collaborative and you're all playing. So now that this exists, what's different about the GCI? And honestly, does the GCI still have value?
I didn't phrase it that way, but okay.
Steve.
Of course, the GCI still has value, right? I mean, Aces is Alpha Strike only. And while we did have a significant number of Alpha Strike players do the GCI, as far as I'm aware, we don't have anything close to that in the Classic realm, nor, I know Catalyst is working on it. It's been talked about. Aces is doing very well. It's very popular. There may be desire for a Classic development of some, AI type card system to play in Classic. But the amount of work that would go into that is astronomical. It's going to take them a long time before anything like that actually comes out. Having the Global Campaign Initiative available for predominantly Classic players, I think, absolutely holds value. Further, there's nothing wrong with having more options for people to play. If people like Aces, they can play Aces. And Aces has a little bit of that choose your own adventure element. You can kind of pick what mission, because you don't always go to sortie 1, 2, 3, 4. Sometimes you go 1 to 5 to 9 to 10. I mean, you can kind of pick how you want to do it. And it's got some replay value, right? But it is not live service like the GCI is really what we've done here. The GCI really is a live service campaign that was built and played in real time and responded to players' feedback. Aces is not that. Aces is a great product. I enjoy my copy. I hope you will enjoy your copy. But the GCI is different. So I think it still has value, and I think it provides something that other people would not get elsewhere or could not get elsewhere because it just doesn't exist.
Denham?
Exactly what Steve says. The things that you do in your Aces campaign are not going to shape future Aces campaigns. They aren't going to take that sort of feedback on a player level and incorporate it into it like you do. It's not going to happen. It's not how it's designed. Yours, you build the universe through playing it. Aces is a board game that's fun that you can play solo or with a co-op. They're both campaigns. They're both vastly different.
So it's interesting what I'm hearing, because really, like Michael was saying earlier, right? The global, it was really challenging to come up with those community modifiers. Like, how is this supposed to interlink? So in theory, you're right. The global campaign, if we did it in a different structure and we set up those limits, then you're right. It really does respond to the player modifiers, to the scope we wanted to. But Aces does change the vein based on the keywords the individual table unlocks, right? There isn't that global element, but because our global element, once again, we did use it and we did structure it, but it wasn't as deep as we thought it was. Does it have as much value? And if this is only for the Classic audience, once again, think of the effort. What was our end survey? 2 Classic tables reported finishing it. So 80% Elf Strike. BungleTech is a Classic BattleTech podcast. But we needed to do this for Aces because Steve said, I need to do
this. And it does bring me some sort of schadenfreude to know that at the end of the day, more Alpha Strike players completed the campaign than Classic. Because in one of your earlier episodes, you're like, oh no, all these people signed up and more Alpha Strike players signed up than Classic. And you were worried. And then Classic eventually overtook Alpha Strike, and you were thrilled. But at the end of the day, my beloved Alpha Strike players, yes, they completed all 10 missions.
Yeah.
Just despite Nate.
It's just a kick in the balls. But it served the community. So anyhow, yeah, I don't know. My thoughts, honestly, are really I don't know. Your guys' points are valid for sure.
I will say this. I mean, I don't know how it pans out with Alpha Strike, but I mean, I'll admit to having advocated for the initiative changes, in part because I've seen them done by another game I follow, a guy called Pop Tarts Ninja was doing it on Something Awful forums, and so credit to him on that. And also using it in my own games. If you play GM with that rule set enough where you are always losing initiative, I think it actually really helps your overall gameplay because it teaches you how to deal with situations where you don't have initiative, how to group your mechs so they cover each other so that you can create, fields of fire that the person who's won initiative now has to walk into. So I think it's actually worth doing if you didn't use our initiative rules or you didn't try them. Do actually put that commitment in to just see how it goes. I think you'll learn a lot just from seeing kind of mistakes you make and what you can actually force the initiative winning player to do, even though you've lost initiative. So think about that.
I like how you think, Dante. I like it.
Michael, what are your thoughts on the topic? You're the one that raised this question.
I don't know. I feel like you sort of explored it well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything else to add. Nothing of value.
Okay. Just you talking's of value, Michael.
My presence.
So what kept us going on the project, people? What kept us going through this disastrous, fun adventure?
No.
Let's hear from the individuals involved here. So for me, I'll speak to myself first because I promised I'd do it. I promised I would do it and I'd deliver it for the community, and I felt people were depending on me. That's what kept me going through. I felt people were depending on me to deliver this product, and I wanted people. I just want to keep my word. It's really that simple, and so that's what really kept me going through it. And also, there was there was lots of inspiration coming from you guys as well, because you just kept on messaging me, Nathan, I love working with you. You're so easy to work with. You're so much fun. Oh my God. But no, that aside, stuff like the narrative interludes and the content, seeing everyone put the pieces together, our creative elements that we combined together helped inspire me and push me forward. So really, I was pushed forward. And last year was a crazy year for me. For personal changes in my life, it was the most disastrous year of my life. And we still made this happen because of our commitment to the community and because of our commitment to each other. That's what motivated me. Michael.
I'm actually kind of the same, where that maybe less so focused internally to the team, because I was like, I had a lot going on, everything's busy, who really wants to spend time on the global campaign initiative anyways. But focused more externally, every time I actually got into reading all the stuff and all these people who wrote like whole stories of what was unfolding at their table, and it was really fun to see. I've been role playing for a long time, and I really value that collaborative storytelling stuff, and getting to read a little bit about the stories people were telling and how much of a good time they were having. It was really worthwhile. I'm glad to be able to contributed enough prompts for people to have fun BattleTech adventures inspired by us and our writings. And I hope that the recordings and stuff enhanced the experience beyond your usual campaign.
On the topic, this is actually not on the topic, sorry, off the topic. One thing that people were hoping for, and this is actually something that Steve suggested we do initially, is a setup map. Right, he wanted a little map layout design to show placement and stuff like that. I think people wanted that. It would have made people's life easier. But sorry, that's aside, because life was busy and we were too busy doing other stuff. So Steve, what kept you on the project? Now you got to answer.
Sure. No, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, this is something that I felt compelled to do. I don't know where you got that voodoo doll stashed or how you made me do this, but no, I really felt moved to try to participate in something so grand. And, I'm a pretty straightforward guy. If I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, right? Pain points ignored, right? I mean, timing conflicts overcome. It is coming hell or high water. And you had this attitude, not that it's a bad thing. You're like, oh, but it's just Alpha Strike. Who cares about Alpha Strike? And I'm like, no, Nathan, I'm going to show you that Alpha Strike can be fun and that there's a demand for it and that people want it. And, I mean, when I first got into this hobby, I started off in Alpha Strike. It was just my first couple of games on Alpha Strike. It's how I was exposed to the tabletop. It was more familiar to me from other war games I had played previously. And I wanted to make sure that those people weren't left behind for the Global Campaign Initiative, because there is, overall in the BattleTech community, there is I don't want to say bias against Alpha Strike, but it is often viewed as the simpletons game. And I don't think that's true, but I wanted to make sure that there was more content for those people who could play with the classic players, enjoy the story together, share those conversations and say, oh, wow, how did your mission differ from our mission? Because there are a couple of missions that when you guys did the classic side of it, didn't translate into Alpha Strike at all. The whole Shifting Sands map, I can't ask players to set up 2 4x4 maps and then pick up their models and move them to a different table. I can't do that. So we had the buildings shift instead, which I thought captured the same feel, not the same, what am I trying to say here? They had the same feel, but not the same execution, right? Mm-hmm. So what kept me going? I wanted to make sure that the Alpha Strike folks had a fun and engaging experience the way I knew the classic people would.
And it's good that you did, like for real. There was a lot more Alpha Strike players than I thought there would be.
Denham, how about you?
I mean, most of mine was just me telling you not to do things and you ignoring me. So it's really easy for me to keep doing that over and over and over again. And then I got to do some voice work. So, that's always fun. I didn't have the same monthly slog that Steve and others did. So it was easier on me. I'm happy to be in that sort of overseeing role. It worked out well. So yeah, it was not difficult for me to stay involved.
There's something weirdly compelling about Nathan's ability to just you're like, Nathan, that's a terrible idea. And then he's like, actually, I think it's great. And then you sooner or later, you suddenly find yourself, you're like, all right, I guess I'm going along with Nathan's idea.
Well, yeah, it's exactly. It's like, well, what are your ideas on this? I'm like, well, here are my thoughts and ideas on that. Well, that's interesting, but I really think that this will work. And I'm like, then why am I inputting that? I'll just sit back here and do the whole like check mark on the "I told you so" board, and we'll go on to the next one.
Then you're there with him. You're doing the whole thing, right? Then 12 months later.
That makes sense to me because if he doesn't take my advice, but I'm here as a consulting role, then it's my job to take the direction he goes in and try and mitigate, try and do some damage control on that end. Look, it's a moving target. That's what it is. And I'm not meaning this in a bad way. It's like dealing with a toddler. It really is. Where the toddler is going to do what the toddler wants to do, no matter how many times you say no, but you follow behind and make sure the toddler doesn't kill themselves.
No, it's because I still see magic in the world. Okay.
That's right.
Nathan is the captain of the ship, and he's steering us straight into a maelstrom. And Denham's the navigator saying, Captain, maybe we don't go straight into that maelstrom. And Nate says, but there's treasure over there. And, Dante and Seth and, Michael and I were like, well, I'm going to pull this rigging and we're going to steer the ship that way, because if we don't, we will surely dash upon the rocks. And Nathan did an excellent job through his madness or genius, yet to be determined. We navigated those rocks, and I think we did get to some treasure. If maybe that treasure is just dry land and we can get off the boat.
Real treasure.
It doesn't have to be madness or genius. It can be both.
The real treasure was the insults thrown at Nathan along the way.
It's the shared trauma, really.
All right, now to the most traumatized of us all, Dante. Same question to you.
Sure. I mean, I love BattleTech, right? Like, it's such a great universe. It's a great rule set that allows a lot of stories to be told. Outside of realizing that, Nate does need some editing and wanting that product to be as good as it can be, I got a chance to flex my writing chops, and I don't get to do that very often in a very focused kind of way, and so that was a lot of fun. And I do really enjoy putting out content for people to enjoy. I think that's one of the things that just comes along with being the kind of person who does run games, who likes GMing and creating experiences for people to enjoy. So I mean that's the easy part, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, now to the question that everyone has wanted to discuss. Let's discuss everything Nathan did wrong.
No, we're not going to do that, because at the end of the day, we have a complete first season, and as much as we like to sit here and jab at you when we're just having a good time, it really did work out extremely well considering the scope of the project and what could have gone wrong. Yeah, sure. Did we have creative differences along the way? Did you make decisions that we didn't always agree with? Sure. Were we frustrated? Absolutely. But that doesn't detract from what was accomplished, right? Any project is going to have that. So don't sell yourself short. And I know the listeners are here saying, wow, these guys are real jerks. They just keep picking on, my favorite podcast host. Why are they being so mean to Nate?
No, we did. We made it through the maelstrom. We lived. Not only did we live, we did what we set out to do. And that was like corners were not cut. It worked.
Here's a question. We're going to go to each of us based on what we had felt, what we wanted to accomplish with the global campaign. Let's score it. Let's score it based on, a letter grade, how you think we did. If this was an assignment that you gave to a teacher and this is all the stuff you put in, what would you get? What letter grade would you get? I'll go first. I think we would have gotten a B. Denham.
Yeah, I was going to say a B as well, but because you said that, I'm now going to say a B minus. So there.
You're supposed to go up. You're supposed to go up.
Solid B.
Michael.
I feel very weird answering this question because I feel like you're the one that gave the assignment. you're the one that had the vision here. But I don't know. Maybe we went out to the collaborative. We went out to the world of the players, and they gave us a 4.8 out of 5, which is pretty darn good. So I think it's an A. Probably not an A plus, but it's an A. Maybe an A minus, depending on the course.
Yeah, that's right. Dante.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think actually we pick at Nate for being a big ideas guy, but really it's having the vision and the wherewithal to kind of make it happen, right? I don't think this would have happened without his passion to pull this together and organize it and just keep needling us all month after month, just to make sure that things were getting done on time. So no, for real, part of being an ideas guy and having all that drive and vision is putting out the crazy ideas and then, but also letting us kind of grab the wheel from time to time and push us around the rock, So I think that's part of it, right? You have to have that energy. You have to have that drive to make it happen. But then also to trust us to tell you when you're going the wrong direction and to have that go. And I think that's how we got through all this. So yeah, I mean, are there things that we could have done better that we didn't know going into maybe how players were going to receive this and how they were going to actually operationalize it? How are we learning lessons from all this? I think that's the whole content of what we've talked about for the last however long is all these lessons that we have learned. So that's the real takeaways. We've learned a lot, and if any attempt at another go at this is done, we know a lot better.
Steve.
I'd say a very solid B plus. Right. No, Dante's correct. We could have done better in certain areas. We know that. We've discussed what we've done, maybe missteps or how we could improve. So clearly we're not in the A range, but I think based on what we set out to do and what we actually delivered, we got most of it. We did a pretty dang good job of it along the way. I am pleased with the result that we put forward, even if it didn't check every single box that we set out to do. So I think a solid B.
Yeah. As a creative player, again, I think we got a B, but Nate didn't give up. Nate saw it through. Nate made a promise that he kept, so Nate gets a Japanese S, which is right above A.
DDR, man. Get those S's in DDR. I don't know why DDR comes to mind. That's how much of a nerd I am, guys.
Because it's Japanese, so it has an S.
It's Japanese. All right, okay. Another question. In the global campaign, what was the least favorite thing you did and accomplished? And what was your most favorite thing you accomplished?
I'll start. 100%. My least favorite thing was telling you no all the time. I don't enjoy it. I feel like I have to do it. I think that it was better off because of it. But yeah, it was my least favorite thing. And my most favorite thing, of course, was voicing old friend because that's just fun. I enjoyed that.
Name is Timothy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The notes, I'm telling you, okay, so the notes, so you had notes in there and Nate gave me notes after, as I was doing them, because I submitted like 3 or 4 different takes on it. And I was getting different notes from both of you about it, about what's my inspiration? What's my, what makes Timothy? I like where I ended up, but it was a fun process and I've never done anything like that. So I enjoyed it.
You got to feel what it's like to be directed right into an iconic role typecast for the rest of your life as old man. How about you, Dante?
I think I already said it. Writing in second person past tense is awful. No, but I think just I do actually really enjoy writing a lot, and just having the chance to write some fun BattleTech stuff and getting out there was probably the most fun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Michael,
I gotta say, I think I probably really enjoyed like putting together the starting to integrate like player feedback and player events and trying to integrate that and turn that into like a little bit of a broader story to report on and include that into our regular podcast segments. So that was fun. I really enjoyed doing that. I would say flip side at the start, with 30 some responses to our very first mission, trying to like understand all of that and turn it into something meaningful with absolutely like no structure or direction. That was probably my least favorite part. Once it pared down to reasonable numbers, fun. 30 tables at the same time, bad, hard, unfun.
Steve.
It's tough. This is a tough question because there are a lot of ups and downs throughout this whole process. Least favorite for me, aside from me kicking myself in the rear after trying to juggle more responsibilities on top of the ones I already had, it's like extra stress I didn't need in my life. But I think the hardest thing I found was sometimes trying to gather what the intention was behind the classic mission so that I could accurately translate that to Alpha Strike. And like I mentioned before, sometimes there are not analogs between the two systems. So that was incredibly stressful from time to time to go, all right, I can't do exactly what Nate wants. I think I know what he's getting at, but time constraints or any other issue that was coming up, I had to make an executive decision and say, this is what the Alpha Strike players are going to play, and I hope it's the right thing. And having that uncertainty as to how that was going to be received, very nerve-wracking, right? Because at the end of the day, we all really just want to be loved and accepted, right? You don't want to put something out and have people hate you for it. That's not the goal. So that was pretty scary. But I think my favorite part is the inverse, getting that feedback, getting those results, and seeing how well received most of our feedback was. Sure, there was the occasional, hey, I would have preferred this over this, but in general, the players were incredibly kind to us. I don't think they understand what how slapdash some of this was. So they were very, very kind given the circumstances. So I think that was my favorite part. Was seeing the payoff.
What are you doing pulling back the curtain?
Isn't that what this episode's all about?
And structured.
It's too late for them to believe that, Michael. They've listened to several episodes of this podcast. They know what goes on here in BungleTech.
So my least favorite thing that I did in the global campaign was setting up Loop. Loop was just, oh my God. I just cannot explain. It was so painful. And my favorite thing is sort of tied. It's a little bit tough because really there's sort of like two elements that I thought were really, really fun for me. And, one was I really enjoyed narrating Dante's stuff and creating those audio productions. I think that's just, I know we do it as part of Stories of the Inner Sphere segments anyhow, and now I do it for Sarna as well. But it's unique in the space. Like audio productions of BattleTech with sound effects, audiobook style is very, very unique. And Dante's writing is really good. And the stories, I never knew what weird way all of a sudden it was going to take it. I'm like, oh, wow, this is, because I'm so used to like BattleTech-like stories. But like Dante's writing was still BattleTech 100%. But then there was so much more heartfelt stuff at the same time, it felt like. It felt a lot more grounded, so I really was happy producing that. And secondly, something I'm really proud of, and I think this is just, in my opinion, is a huge accomplishment. We said we'd release one on the 27th of every month, an AS and a Classic. And we did it. With all the stuff, we delivered it on time. It didn't matter that people didn't necessarily get to it straight away. People would actually access it and were excited to access the OneDrive folder to get it, to look at it, like, oh my God, is the mission up? And normally we were like 2 days early, so there was lots of safety in there. And like you said, there was only one instance where the Alpha Strike mission was like 2 hours late one day, and that's nothing. The fact that we, we're volunteers, BungleTech, the Mech Bay, the money that we make sustains the podcast. It sustains the community. Everything we make goes back in. Dante doesn't make anything on this at all. So the fact that we're community volunteers that committed to this huge thing and that we collaboratively release something on the 27th of each month on time, to me is huge. And I'm really proud of that.
Oh, you should be. Yeah. That's incredible. Like it is very incredible that we kept to that schedule, and that I had nothing to do with keeping to that schedule at all. So I was impressed. Every time it came out, I'm like, I can't believe that. It's really good. Super impressed. And Dante, next time I see you, I owe you a drink. How about that?
All right.
We all owe him a drink.
Yeah. I mean,
we're going to get him drunk.
Oh,
Steve?
No, for real. I mean, Dante did, I almost want to say most of the work. He did the most writing for sure. I mean, obviously, Nate, you were.
Don't say that in front of Nate.
No. But I mean, the toiling, the sweat and blood. I mean, like Dante, without that history, that lore, that skeleton, it would have suffered immensely. And I mean, Nate, you did a great job of keeping everything kind of moving forward. You know, I assume Dante wrote most of the scripts for the audio.
Yeah, Dante wrote all the scripts for the audio. Yeah.
So that's actually something I wanted to, Denham mentioned it a little bit earlier, the conflicting direction. Dante, when you wrote the Swordbreaker intro speech, it came across as very kind of flippant, and he's frustrated. He's like, "Oh, take a message." It's like you're calling an old a voicemail box, right? And then in Nate's directive notes, he's extremely serious, he's angry. I'm like, really? Because I read these words and it sounds like he's telling a joke. I'm not. These don't match up. But it was fun. It was fun to do.
But your Swordbreaker performance was, I think, probably the best of the audio briefings recorded.
The second one, you mean? We're not going to talk about the first one.
No, the one that you were directed through it ended up in a polished point, and I think that to me was the best character piece of all the ones that were done.
Well, I appreciate it,
in my opinion,
because here's the thing: I don't do voice acting. I make dumb advertisements for the Mech Bay from time to time when I'm inspired. They're dumb, fun things. There's no real serious.
Chip Darrington needs to come into this.
Look, Chip Darrington is one of my favorite things of doing that. I like doing those news updates. And a lot of that is actually inspired by Professor Michael and some of the stories from the Intersphere and INN Boots on the Ground, right? Your news portions. That was a lot of fun. So I started doing those for some of the Hinterland stuff that we've been doing. No, I don't voice act. I don't have any sort of classical training. And Nate, your input and your tips and tricks to how to try to get more emotion to come through the microphone was invaluable. That would not have happened without your input. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you for taking me up on it and caring enough to actually want to seek that level of performance. It was really good. And actually, one thing we haven't mentioned at all, and this was part of the feedback, people loved, this was two things. It was a really good thing and a miss. People loved the Professor Michael Galatea updates. People loved the fact that they could be mentioned. Amazing. Miss was we only included that in the podcast. But some people were playing the global campaign and don't listen to my podcast, which I don't know how this happened, but I guess it happened somehow. So for those people, they would miss out on that little shout out. If in the mission briefing at the beginning, you have the interlude link, and before that, or even before the interlude plays, I incorporate Professor Michael's chunk at the beginning. So it's like a news briefing that then slides into Dante's interlude. Would have been so cool. How much more would that make people feel like they had agency in the set on Galatea rather than having to piece the two things that did exist but were in separate mediums being delivered?
Yeah, season 2. It's got to be in there.
Season 2. Led by Denham Hardman from the Mech Bay Podcast.
But not for free.
Hey guys, well, you know what? We have covered the agenda, but there's one thing that Michael refused to discuss. But I insist you discuss the topic. Bring it up, Michael. What did you bury in the box about the perspective?
I think so this is the original disagreement, misunderstanding, scope creep, everything. As I feel like all of us came in, Nathan's like, "Hey guys, I've got an idea for a global campaign." And then every single one of us heard that and we're like, "Global campaign, I know what that means." And then we all showed up in a meeting and we all explained it, and none of them were the same. And also Nathan was there and he's like, "Actually, all of you are wrong. I have this vision
And we're like, what are you talking about? Explain it to us again. And then you're like, well, these are the things that are important. And we're all like, okay, but like, do you mean this or that? And you're like, oh, that's not what I mean. This is my vision. And, eventually we were kind of all just like, okay, yeah, well, yes, Nathan's vision.
Yes,
So
is that
yeah, whatever you said, more of that. So yeah, like we've touched on it a little bit throughout here. Getting serious. Like global campaign could be a lot of things. I'm a really like mechanically minded person. To me, like complicated interacting systems is what I want. For Dante, maybe it's more like an overall story that everyone's involved in. But even just coming down to like are these all mercenary units on the planet at the same time? And right from the very beginning, it was clear that we did not have a good understanding whether like these were all different mercenary units in the same place. Are these like alternate timelines? Everyone is experiencing the campaign on their own, more like a conventional like, campaign written for D&D or something where, you're just going through an adventure that's written for you. How, what does global mean? So Nathan, I feel like you were the one that had the original vision. And I feel like your vision is probably evolved and solidified a bit. Do you feel that your current vision of what the Global Campaign Initiative was matches your original Global Campaign Initiative vision?
So 100%, we delivered the weird middle path where it's not one mercenary unit and it's multiple mercenary units, but we don't know how many multiple, and everything's happening simultaneously. Company. Yeah, we did deliver that, like at least as I envisioned it. Dante was really good at writing that in, how the missions were structured, the different tracks and everything like that. The thing is, did players pick up on it? And I think if you asked a player, like for the Global Campaign Initiative, was it cool to participate with other lances, and like there was like 50 different lances across the world working for Black Sparrow on Galatea. How did that feel to you? I bet 90% would be like, I thought we were the only lance.
We kind of wanted to have our cake and eat it too, if we're honest. Like, we didn't want to have like, you're not special, you're just one among many. We wanted it to be like every table, was special. You're the stars of the story here. But we also wanted to, everyone be running the same games, basically, the story unfolded. And, I think even like the, the Alpha, Beta, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie tracks that we did, that wasn't, when we were talking about those early days planning out the GCI, that like ABC, everyone always goes into the same next mission, but with different like modified parameters. That's not how I envisioned the GCI. I'll be honest. I expected either was going to be like some global branching thing where every month we, based on player performance, we write what the next story is based on overall how people, unfolded. Or I expected like a branching story tree, sort of like Aces where, based on this outcome, then you go down this tree and then you end up at some completely different outcome from someone else.
This actually raises a question in my mind. What was really important that we each want to bring to the campaign? Because for example, you say your interests right there. You're like, I like mechanical, unique interactions and sort of stuff. And that's the type of stuff I want to see. Dante, I assume, he wants this narrative, this narrative story. And for me, like the element that I want to bring in was community collaboration. I wanted this to be a truly collaborative thing. That was something that was so important to me. I didn't want to just tell a story. I didn't want to take people on a path. I wanted the community to shape it because, as Michael knows, I'm obsessed with community involvement in things. For better or for worse. How about you, Steve? Like, is yours that you wanted? Was it, you sort of said mentioned earlier, but you just wanted an Alpha Strike presence? Was that your priority, being involved? Just Alpha Strike being here?
I mean, to some degree, yes. But I mean, like I said, when you first introduced me here, at some level, I was just happy to be here, right? I mean, I really was. I wanted to be involved. I wanted to help. Yes, I wanted to make sure there was Alpha Strike in it, but there was something special about this that I think was very cool.
Cool. What about you, Denham?
And mine's generic. My goal in any time that we're doing anything campaign related, I want people to have fun. I want people to feel like they're heroes, but I don't want them to have an easy victory. I want them to pull victory out of the jaws of defeat and create these sprawling stories that transpire over a series of encounters. The question is, how do we do that? I mean, it's tough, but that's my goal. That's my vision.
Michael?
Sort of going off of that, I feel like that's something I'm not sure like whether it's possible, but I think it's a fun thing to like dream of, is like, could we make a global campaign that works for, people who are experienced GMs, they know how to run a campaign, and they're basically just taking like your notes to like, this is what kind of mission you're going to run. And, they really like own that campaign with their players. We design a GCI that works with that and also works with people who, want to know, what are the explicit units that I am facing? What are the things that I need to deal with? And everything in between, the huge gamut of players. Could we ever make a truly global campaign?
Steve?
I'd love to try to chime in on that. I think the answer is yes. Could we? Absolutely. However, I think in order to make that function, it would have to fundamentally change how the CGI or the GCI looks, right? I mean, it would not be able to be like live service, right? We wouldn't be able to modify things on the fly for GMs with that, because if you want the GM to own it and kind of take it, internalize it, and run it like that, it's got to be preset so they kind of know the direction of where you're going. That'd have to go back to like the old 2nd edition modules for D&D, where you know the beginning and the ending, what's all there, and then that's where they can inject their creative elements to kind of tweak it to adapt it for their own players and their own tables. Possible? Yes, but it would have to change some of the fundamental basics of how we've set up the GCI.
I was actually just gonna ask Dante, like, I know you're a plenty mechanical person, but in this particular role, you were really the lore person. So how would you envision the lore working for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think going to what Steve is saying, if it's for everyone at all different levels of experience, I think to some extent it might be achievable in terms of like levels of options, like how much control do you want to give to the GM to do it? But is it going to be as responsive? I mean, like the more a GM takes over and kind of runs their own game off of the material, that's more of a setting and not scenarios, right? You could write a setting and say these are the factions on the planet, and these are the kinds of forces that they might have, and these are the kinds of missions that you might run into, and then they can remix that, right? But I think at some point that's no longer responding to events on the ground in the same way that we did it here. So I think Steve's right. It'd be a very different structure. On like a mission to mission basis, I suppose you could, GMs, more advanced GMs might have more facility or comfort with remixing the rules, the individual scenario, but I think like they would still be doing the scenario and they wouldn't have that full degree of freedom.
Cool. Well, guys, with that, we've talked about this a lot pretty comprehensively. I want to open up the floor for any closing comments or anything else you'd like to add that hasn't been mentioned, and I'll throw it to Steve.
I mean, like I've said a couple times before, and I'm sure people are sick and tired of me saying it, but what I think we did here is extremely cool, and hats off to everyone who's been involved and helped contribute. Nathan, you did a great job kind of directing us. I am extremely proud at what we've done here. So I hope that everyone listening has enjoyed it. If you haven't gotten to it yet, I encourage you to try it. And I'm going to say if season 2 happens, I'm going to say if. I see the way you're looking at me, Nate. Don't do that. If season 2 happens, I hope that we can push the envelope a little farther and make it even better.
And there's one reason why I suggest we start with the Alpha Strike side, so you have more time to think about it. One thing I haven't mentioned yet, actually, you guys have said a lot of kind words about me and my work on this, so thank you. I didn't get a chance to say appreciate that, so that's great. Thank you all for all the rest of your inputs as well. It wouldn't happen without you.
Denham.
I never like to speak after Steve because he's the one that we end the podcast on most of the time because he encapsulates what we're all thinking really well, but he verbalizes it better because he's got those fancy lawyer words. I will be honest, it did not turn out as bad as I was afraid it was going to. It actually coalesced much better than I thought, and I'm super happy about that. I'm super happy. If there's a season 2, I'm very curious to see what modifications are made to it. So yeah, I mean, in general, fantastic.
Michael.
So I got two things, two sort of directions here. First one is everyone's talking about season 2. I will just say I've been carefully observing and planting seeds in Nathan's mind. I remember, so we were off at KSAG back in December, and like some things came up about like the Global Campaign Initiative, and Nathan was like, Global Campaign Initiative? Don't talk to me about the Global Campaign Initiative. And I remember being like, maybe I got a few ideas for season 2. And he's like, season 2? What are you talking about? This was the greatest mistake of my life. But, now here we are, 3 months later. And he's like, well, what would we do for a season 2? How would we maybe, change things a little bit? So I'm not saying get your hopes up, people, but I know Nathan, and it's getting in there. It's in Nathan's brain right now. Okay, second thing is thank you so much to everyone who played this. Like, this was super cool to be a part of, and reading all of the stories that you wrote was extremely fun. And I think, in terms of like what I would love to see for a season 2 is like way more opportunities for you to just, I don't know, just write about stuff that you enjoyed and, somehow expose that so we could read that, people can read that. Cause like, a lot of people had a lot of fun adventures here. So, if you played a mission, played a bunch of missions, didn't play a lot of missions, go out, fill out the feedback form, tell us about the things that you liked. It doesn't matter if you only played the first one. Maybe you played the arena fight and you're like, this shifting sand stuff is absolute nonsense. How am I supposed to play this game? Tell us about that. Let us know. Maybe it'll affect season 2.
Write your stories for Michael's amusement. He desires entertainment. Dance, puppets, dance.
And we should actually end in closing the global campaign, wrapping it up. We should find a way to do some stuff with some of those stories in some way. If we rejig and release the package finally, like we could maybe include like, these are some of the stories told by people on the global campaign. Boom, boom, boom.
Memorialized.
They're written there in stone, memorialized. Yeah, it's a good word for it. Yeah, all I can say in closing is, I already said it, but the fact that you guys did this with me, that you committed to the process with me just so we could move things forward. Understanding that mistakes were going to be made is just a great privilege. So I really thank you for spending all the time. Thank you for putting up with me. Thank you for being just such a great collaborator. We're like brothers in arms now, man. This is intense.
Benefit of, you said, allowing you to drive the ship and to make those final decisions, it was all self-preservation, because if this blew up in all of our faces, we could just say, Nate did it.
Not too late for it to blow up. Never. Okay, well, I think that is our episode, everybody. So again, a big thank you to all our collaborators that are here. We have Denham and Steve from the Mech Bay Podcast. We have the sensual Michael from BungleTech. We have Dante from the Nether Realm. Not a podcast, just somewhere in the world. And Seth that isn't here, a big thank you to him as well. A big thank you to the people who provided their guest voices, which is Sven Vanderplank, Big Red, and Tex. I will make sure to link everybody's source where you can find more about them, except Dante's, because that would be creepy, in the podcast show description. And yeah, guys, hit us up with comments. Let us know what you think about this episode. Let us know what you think about the global campaign. Let us know if you want a global campaign season 2 and why Denham should run it completely by himself. And we'll see you next time. Thank you so much.
This is Professor Michael presenting The Sphere We Live In. Following the rapid success of Group W's Iron Fist Velvet Glove strategy, The Galatian planetary government launched a series of aggressive crackdowns backed by planetary militia, court special police, and Group W themselves. Duke Nowakovsky had declared that these were aimed at charging those considered responsible for the chaos and destruction, vowing that the accused ringleaders would be brought before the Lyran courts, or the Mercenary Review Board for those that were bonded and not charged with crimes against humanity. A handful of units filed complaints through the MRBC claiming that the prosecution was being used as a show of political strength, or simply to pursue personal vendettas, but the majority of those accused were never located or charged. Many were presumed killed during the unrest and their deaths were merely unconfirmed, but many more were confirmed to still be active after the arrival of Group W. While mercenaries and pirates slipping off-world after the arrival of a superior force is common, perhaps even expected, it went mostly unremarked at the time that those pilots failed to resurface on outreach and their units did not publicly remuster. It would only be in the ensuing years that the reasons for this would become clear. Now you know about the sphere we live in.
Tertiary objective, Stories of the Inner Sphere segment. Initiating.
The following is the complete collection of narrative interludes for the Global Campaign Initiative. If you weren't a player and want to catch up on the story that people partook in, give this a listen. Or, if you're looking for the conclusion, feel free to skip to the end. Time code included in the show description. Galatea City, Galatea. Lyran Alliance, 14 November 3062. A low rumble shuddered through the dining room at Sephiria, jangling the metal and beadwork charms and lamps hanging from rough-hewn rafters. It could only be another dropship landing, a seismic roar that reverberated through the 3 kilometers of rock between Galaport and this back-alley basement. At least, you could hear it. Sephiria was quiet. Everywhere else you'd looked, the music was cranked high, the drinks pricey, and the bar stickier than the floor. The drinks weren't any cheaper here, but the mole pies were good, the jollof was redolent of peppers and spices, and you could do business. Li Dongmei arrived right on time, pushing through the cheerful, beaded curtain across the booth's entrance with a spring in her step. Her services weren't exactly cheap, but she'd come well recommended. In business, as in war, intel was everything, and sometimes you had to pay for it. "Well, folks," she said, with a grim smile as she sat, "I'll give it to you straight." She swept a stray strand of graying black hair from the wrinkles on her forehead as she pushed her tablet towards you with a round stump at her wrist. Dongmei would never sit in a cockpit again, but according to the friends who'd referred you, she'd spent twice as much time at the negotiating table as she had in a neural helmet, and she knew everyone worth knowing on Galatea. "You've come at a bad time," she said, holding up her handless arm when the protests came up. "There's still work, but the market is flooded. It's been a high-risk market since the prince put out his call. But you're late. The big names with an on-world negotiating presence grabbed the easy pickings. So, your problem," she said, looking each of you in the eye in turn, "is that no one's interested in you. Sure, there are a couple bites, but you wouldn't have hired me if you wanted to get scammed or engage in barely deniable piracy. This isn't outreach. New faces on Galatea are nobodies, and just as likely to be cowards, deserters, and pirates. Employers know they have you over a barrel. But there's a way out. You're just not going to like it." With a few deft strokes, she flicked on her tablet and tapped her way through a few screens. After a moment's pause, she turned the screen toward with pursed lips. The screen filled with a ride of neon shapes and letters, an all-out assault on the eyes and good taste alike.
"Next month, prepare for the biggest, baddest, messiest mech mauling you've ever witnessed. The Mega Mech Monsters League of Galatea brings you a Holocaust like never
The screen, already a riot of fire, explosions, and melting metal, cut to a lance of mechs leaping down from a massive hydraulic platform, even as it lifted up under them. The camera followed a humanoid Shadowhawk as it ran into what appeared to be a hologram of a blue fist, and its own fists caught with blue flame as it ran into and punched a griffin square in the chest, which practically exploded outward.
Tired of boring old brawls?
The announcer yelled as the sparkle of shattered armor falling in the arena lights was drowned out by the electric discharge of a particle cannon smashing into the Shadowhawk's shoulder.
We bring you Super Mech Sunday! We bring you real magic, real power-ups, and fights like you've never seen before!
The camera zoomed in on the shooter, a spindly-legged cicada with a red target icon hovering over the PPC mounted on its back, before a wave of missiles smashed into it and started to glow with waves of animated pulsing light, like an iron ingot fresh from the forge. Dongmei hit stop.
You get the idea. This is Galatea. Anyone that doesn't have a reputation doesn't get hired, especially in this market. This is a new promotion and they're still recruiting. Lazar is a dick, but his company does actually pay. You win, you walk away with some winnings, salvage, and a good chance at a real contract. Now, the arena is built over a bunch of salvage dropship legs, and...
Her tablet pinged with an incoming call.
Oh, this is him. Let me do the talking. I think you should know what you're getting into.
Well, hello.
Lazar crowed the instant she picked up.
Dongmei, baby. I hear you some prospects for me? We're gonna blow those Solaris chumps out of the water with this one. Hey, I can't see you.
His image spilled from the tablet, the thin metallic frame somehow too flimsy to contain the expansive image of his grand self, leaning over the camera. He was as bright a creature as his promo reel, a pale suit against a retina-searing tie with slicked hair crowning a viper's face with intense brown eyes.
No big.
He swept on, not even waiting for a reply.
Check out my new digs.
The view blurred and streaked as he picked up his device and swept it around. In the few frames that made it through, you could catch glimpses of a tower office with a view over the city and Galaport, bedecked in gold finish.
Very nice,
Dongmei said in a full professional mask.
They want to know how you're doing the effects. A punch shouldn't be doing that kind of damage to the griffin in the ad.
Oh, it's so cool!
Lazar swooned, swiveling the camera back to himself as he fell deep into a leather chair and a manic rant.
My guy tells me they install microcharges onto the armor. We can arm it from the broadcast booth, and when they land a punch, boom! They tell me it should only affect armor or something, whatever. It's super sweet. It's all state of the art. We can turn almost anything on or off. Hell, even heat sinks. Viewers love to see mechs glow. We just amped it to 11.
Dongmei hit mute as he rambled on and looks at you.
So, yes, you're basically agreeing to pre-sabotaging your machines. But, then, so are the other guys.
She shrugged.
A greener team, I'd tell them to go somewhere else or wait for a quiet corporate gig. And, frankly, this is how things work on Galatea. So, care to roll the dice?
Galatea City, Galatea, Lyran Alliance, January 21, 3063. You nursed your drinks at Safaria's bar under the pale light of a chain of festive-colored lights, their artificial cheer matching the mood of the company. The match pay kept you fed, but without a contract, the meat pies tasted sour. The flashing sirens from the news playing overhead didn't help.
And in tonight's news, another skirmish between mercenaries broke out at Mingala Flats, the 16th such incident since competing mercenary groups opened fire on each other on New Year's Eve over a word of Blake contract.
The announcer said over grainy street camera footage of a bushwhacker battle mech stumbling into a low-rise as missiles exploded up its right flank. They cut again to a pile of rubble, lit in searchlights and strobing reds.
12 more casualties are reported, with 3 in critical condition, with more expected to come as the rescue continues.
The screen split, showing both mercenary leaders blaming each other. A haggard Duke Nowakowski appeared next behind a fan of microphones.
I want to assure you all that we are working to bring peace back to our world,
He said, his sad, wrinkled eyes looking from camera to camera.
Unfortunately, Galatia's militia cannot be everywhere at once. Once again, I ask our mercenary guests to take care and please avoid conflicts outside of your contracted business and the Galatia Games.
A ping on your devices and the click of heels on hardwood.
This way.
Li Dongmei said, trying to be heard from around the corner. You might be simple mercs, but you got the message. Slouches cured, drinks were pushed away, and some of you stood as she parted the beads to introduce her prize, an employer, flanked by a small entourage of personal security.
Here they are, sir. Everyone, this is Julian Rookwood, CEO of Black Sparrow Enterprises.
Pleased to meet you all, he said, flashing a row of perfect teeth and a broad smile, in a wide freckled face crowned in woolly gray hair. As she says, I'm here for Black Sparrow Enterprises. He fills an expensive navy suit, a mailed fist pin glinting on the lapel. He strides forward into the center of the room, extending a dark handshake darkened further by ancient grease stains. You shook it in turn. Introductions don't take long. You've heard of Black Sparrow, fiercely independent, but with a roaring business in custom mech parts and contracted technical support on Galatia ever since they moved here. You've heard tell they got off trail just before the Jade Falcons overran the world over a decade ago. I'll make this quick, he said. Black Sparrow isn't just a family heirloom, it's a family, my family, and the neighborhood is starting to go to the dogs. When that happens, a family needs guard dogs. As I haven't seen you among the ferals out there, I'm willing to hear you out. He held out a hand, and Li Dongmei handed him a tablet. My friend here tells me you can fight, properly, not that garbage Lazar puts on the hollows. My terms are strict, short-term, but very fair. I don't have time, and there are lots of strays in this town. I'm gonna get straight to it. Are you ready to make a decision today? Bamingui Canyon, Galatia, Lyran Alliance, April 18, 3063. As your machines rounded the last red-banded rocks before the waypoint, you realized that Rookwood's secret nest was nicer than you'd imagined this far away from civilization. A tall steel hangar door streaked with rust and scoured by blowing sand stood beneath a thick slab of weathered sandstone, tucked into a short tributary of the canyon. A pair of smaller hatches flanked it, hidden among the fallen stones and the scrubby bushes that littered the dried-out riverbed. One of the hatches was open, with a trail of tread and tire tracks leading up to it. Just inside, a Black Sparrow Vedette blocked it, the long barrel of its autocannon just nosing out past the threshold. Clustered near the tank was a collection of tiny figures, mostly Black Sparrow security officers from the look of it. One of the figures waved to you from below, and your comms board pinged with an incoming connection.
Good to see you folks.
Li Dongmei said as you came to a careful stop around the waypoint.
Thanks for your patience. I know it's been tough living the patrol life for the last couple weeks. Hold on just a moment longer. They're going to try out the hangar door. Hopefully we can still get that open for you.
After a moment's pause, a low mechanical groan ground through the canyon walls, shaking sand from the overhanging ledge in thin trickles. An ear-splitting screech followed as the massive gate scraped along their guys, hauled in screaming agony by ancient hydraulics. Even with ear protection, The technicians inside doubled over, holding their ears until the massive gates had inched open, just enough to admit one battle mech at a time.
All right,
Lee Dongmei said when the dust had settled.
looks like that'll do for now. Come on in.
The cavern inside was tight, with barely enough room for your mechs and the Black Sparrow convoy parked along the sides. But for all your good misgivings, Julian Rookwood has the place ready for you. While the base's infrastructure is rusted and decayed by time, it looks like a good chunk of it has been reinforced, repaired, or refurbished. You dismount into darkness, but even as you climb down from your rides, you can see that the alcoves between the support pillars have new shelving in them, and fresh paint and chrome on the munitions and spare parts gleam in the actinic beams of the portable lanterns screwed to the beams. We've put you through a bit of trouble, so I'm glad you've decided to sign our contract for the coming year, he said as you lit on the hangar floor with more warmth than your first meeting. To thank you, I'd like to welcome you to our home away from home. We hope you'll find this makes up for some of the inconvenience of being in the middle of nowhere. He wore a blue jumpsuit with a Black Sparrow logo with as much panache as he wore his suit. It was covered in splotches of rust and oil, and wings of sweat spread from under his arms. Your eyes adjusted to the dark, and for the first time you noticed the mech gantries arrayed against the far wall of the cavern. This wasn't just a parking lot. I trust you can see why I had you bring us here. Before you ask, no, it's not a Brian cache. He smiled and waved the rest of your group over. Lee Dongmei rejoined you from the vehicle entrance. As near as I can tell, Rookwood went on. This was intended to be a temporary repair facility for one of the forces on Galatea during the Second Succession War. I won't bore you with how I found the place. Suffice to say, my family has always been very interested in prospecting records. We won't have much in the way of creature comforts, but we'll have water, food, and safety. We're calling it the Nest, for now, unless anyone has any better ideas. Please clean up, get some rest, and we'll talk after I help the boys get some proper grease into the hangar door. He was right. It wasn't much. But even a simple sponge bath and the chance to air out your combat gear was a profound relief after nearly 2 weeks of riding your mechs through the wilderness. Dinner was simple fare, a brown stew of canned beans and meat over boiled rice. But after nearly a month of pre-packaged rations, it was heavenly.
If you've been watching the public satellite feeds like I have,
Lee Dongmei said between bites perched on a toolbox,
then you know the situation's deteriorated pretty badly.
You couldn't help but agree. You've been watching the news during the downtime on your patrols, watching Galatea's slow immolation on grainy footage from your cockpit's 30-centimeter secondary comms monitor.
It's not showboating for the cameras and employers anymore. I don't think the Duke can do anything about it, and even if he did, I don't think the militia has the strength either.
Which is why Black Sparrow is here, Rookwood said, having traded his jumpsuit for a rumpled polo and camping slacks that somehow still looked expensive. Mech repair is always good business, but there's no business when you're dead. We got off trail before the Falcons hit, and we'll survive this too. Oh. He sighed and looked behind him at the woman, men, and children eating in the dark. A dark flicker crossed his broad face, a deep anger burning in his black eyes. Quite frankly, what's happening in Galatea City is open piracy. The mercenaries that are still there, if you still want to call them that, are starting to have what I would call open blood feuds in the streets, with mechs. He looked at you, gaze lingering on each of you in slow succession. He doesn't say it, but you can almost hear him ask, if he hadn't hired you, would you be roaming the streets of Galatea City? He sighed. Oh, the few that we lost in the evacuation was too many. Everyone that made it because of you. Now that we're settled, let me introduce you to Leo. He pointed across the hangar to a tall, thin man, clean-shaven and clean-pated, strolling across the hangar with a rifle slung over the shoulder of his security armor. Leo waved back and moved toward you. Leo Sharp is my chief of security and your employer liaison. He's had his hands full with coordinating the evacuation and supervising the activation of the comms complexes nearby. Imagine, they were unrepairable lost tech only a few decades ago. But with them, we will have some jammer coverage. Hopefully, no one notices. Creekside Towers, Galatea City, Galatea, Lyran Alliance, August 14, 3063. Jackson L. Najjar sprawled across the plush leather armchair, legs spread and arms akimbo over its smooth black armrests, swirling the last sip of whiskey in the tumbler suspended from his fingers. The view from the penthouse was beautiful in the pale gray light of the early dawn. In the quiet moments before anything stirred, pale flat clouds glimmered over the Yongoro Flats, unmoving in a still sky. Spread below him, like a molted black cape, lay the darkened suburbs of Stillwater Creek. It was peaceful. He drained his glass, pursed his lips, and waggled his head, savoring the bold liquor. Honey, buttery spice, and aniseed. Whoever used to live here had good taste, he thought, serving himself another pour from the unlabeled crystal decanter on the chocolate wooden coffee table he pulled up beside him. He leaned back into the armchair again, with a sigh, lifting the glass again with a tattooed arm. Too bad about the broken glass everywhere, though. He could have gotten used to this. The yawning, shard-toothed edge of the hole that used to be a floor-to-ceiling window sparkled as the wan morning light swelled, heralding the coming sun. The other furniture in the living room had been tossed about, with half of the set probably on the street some 30 floors below. On the shattered marble floor, scattered pieces of chandelier yearned for their former station under a vast new skylight rimmed in crushed concrete and twisted rebar. If he'd known there was so much good stuff here, Jackson might have been more careful tower hopping with his Jenner in the last fight. No matter. The Creekside Towers were the tallest point in the neighborhood, with an unparalleled view out toward the east. Even as gutted and precarious as the former luxury apartments were, they made an excellent lookout. Maybe a few months ago, Stillwater Creek would have been lighting up at this time, as people stirred and started their days. But it remained under the lightening sky. The power was still out, mostly. A few neighborhoods offered Mikajimi Ryo, and the Swordbreakers had been happy to truck in a small fusion plant for those willing to play the game. That was only charitable, after all. A flicker in the mirage of warming air along the horizon caught his attention. Movement. The binoculars in his lap shot up in his hand, his eyes never straying from their vector, and the distance swam into view. Though they flickered and swayed like ghosts, his expert eyes soon picked out their shapes. Mechs. He stared down the approaching force, his other hand gently putting down the whiskey as he groped for his radio.
Wake up, Aniki. We have company.
His radio crackled, then a pause, then a belch. Masato was probably hungover again.
Oh yeah? I'm down for a scrap. What's coming?
Mechs, Aniki. Maybe another group trying to push us off our island. Looks like they wanted to sneak in before the sun came up, but your boy here has the eyes. Oh, what's this?
Jackson leaned on the digital zoom switch and twisted the focus. Dark rectangular shadow resolved themselves between the stomping legs of the mechs.
Now that's interesting, Aniki. I see trucks and transports with them, and they don't look loaded. I say our visitors know something we don't. Might still be some treasure around here we didn't find.
Masato grunted.
All right, I hear you. I'll let Oyabun know and get everyone up.
I forget the name, but I know the colors. It's the mercs that embarrassed Orient's Rat in Super Mech Sunday. They might be alright.
That's so. Good work, Jackson. Get me a counter vector and any IDs you can.
Jackson watched the incoming force a while longer, tapping mech codes and vectors into recon tablet and piping them to the Swordbreaker's comms net. He was quick, and he estimated the approaching force hadn't covered more than a handful of kilometers before he was done. Job done. He stood and stretched, the iridescent blue and black scales traced along his forearm shimmering as he flexed and unrolled his sleeves. Hands in pockets, he ambled forward to take one last look out over the vista as the first brilliant rays of the sun crested the horizon, washing out the approaching mechs.
Bad luck, boys,
he said to himself with a grin, as if the approaching force could hear him.
You might have made it under the glare. Too bad, I got the angle on ya.
With one last look over the plains, he drained his tumbler, not one to waste a good thing. He unscrewed the cap of his canteen, dumped it out, and replaced it with the contents of the decanter. It'd surely make a pleasant victory drink, he thought. Townsend, Banjiro Valley, Galatea, Lyran Alliance. September 2, 3063. Galatea was barren even after the wet season, when the wind swept rolling thunderheads off the Kalari Ocean. For all its reputation, Galatea was a rock, graced only by its virtuous atmosphere. Nothing grew on these gray-brown slopes, and without careful human stewardship, nothing would. This far out from Galatea City, the green work of human hands shone in the Banjiro Valley like a beacon, an emerald light tucked into a wide dell with gentle inclines. Waves of lime, deep-rooting grasses swayed in the wind all along the upper slopes, sheltering beneath a century line of mottled engineered sexal planted along the entire length of the ridge. Below that, vineyards of climbing beans, and below that still, mixed copses of trees that gave much-needed shade to plots of squashes and gourds. Wheat and barley carpeted the basin, cut through by the sapphire glint of a lazy river crossed by a handful of simple carved stone bridges. Red brick houses and barns lay along the shores, clustered, simple but solid dwellings for a simple but solid folk. A stone church on the left bank, the largest and tallest structure in the whole valley. You haven't been out of your mech for a long time, and the chaos of the recent battles has left you feeling naked and vulnerable without the reassuring chill of your cooling vest pressed against your skin. The pastoral beauty of this place helps, but you've rarely been more than 5 minutes from the safety of dozens of tons of metal, composite, and myomer in months. Like a shadow lurking at the edges of your peripheral vision, you haven't been able to shake the senseless violence of the last few months. You push the crate of beans into the back of the truck, handing it off to a Black Sparrow tech who stacks it with the others. And then, you head back into the swirling hubbub of Townsend Market to gather more. On the other side of the dirt track leading to town are more Black Sparrow trucks. Leo Sharp is there, his tall, pale figure in khakis and a cap, a contrast against the black-clad locals as he directs the unloading. They wear what almost seems like a uniform, black vest and pants, and wide-brimmed black felt hats. The women, too, are nearly identically clad in dark-colored dresses and white caps. You feel like this place is lost in time, a vestige of a bygone era. Still, the soldier in you doesn't neglect the primitive but robust-looking electric dune buggy parked just outside the market. 2 of the Amish are riding on it, one behind the wheel and the other perched on the back seat, a gleaming, ancient-looking slug thrower slung over his shoulder. He catches you looking and tips his hat at you. He doesn't smile. You offer a casual salute back, to be polite, and you head back to where Li Dongmei is seated across a table with a few of the locals. The gray t-shirt and black sparrow cap are a far cry from her usual power suit, but seems just as comfortable. Or maybe it's that she's sitting at a negotiating table that makes her feel at home. In her hand, a tablet propped up over her stump, aiming the camera at a sheet of handwritten paper while her counterpart scribed the next page. Dongmei notices you too, and waves you over.
And this is Anna and Jacob Troyer,
she says after introducing you and your company.
They've been appointed by the community to speak to us.
Jacob finishes writing the last pages of the agreement and pushes it to Dongmei with a grunt.
Keep the mechs off of our land, and there won't be any trouble.
What Jacob means?
Anna says, gathering the previous page and adding it to the rest of the contract.
Is that we want no part of whatever conflict is happening on Galatea. We are people of the Lord, and your business is very much of the world. We're willing to trade with your group, but only if you leave Townsend out of it. As near as we can tell, the presence of any armed group anywhere on this world seems to draw the attention of others. So please, if you can keep any military force that you have at least 100 kilometers away from us, we can be friends. We can do that,
Dongmei says, as she finishes scanning the last page.
And you're sure you don't want to talk about provisional support, in case one of the other groups comes here? We've noticed some of them are not as friendly as we are.
Anna shakes her head, the few stray wisps of hair that have escaped her bun swaying. But it's Jacob that speaks.
They can try,
he says, stroking his silver-gray mutton chops and twisting the hairs between his fingers.
But maybe they should ask Conrad McKenna what happened in 2335 first. We really rely on each other, as we always have, and the Lord will provide.
Maybe I am just ignorant,
Dongmei says, tilting her head.
But if a lance shows up here, I'm not sure this handful of SRM launchers will do much for you. I appreciate you've chosen to live without much technology, but...
We're careful about technology,
Jacob says.
Not because we can't have any, but because of what it brings into our homes. It doesn't mean we haven't any.
Now, Jacob?
Anna interjects, placing a hand on his forearm.
We needn't say too much, do we?
Jacob grunts and sits back into his seat.
Right,
he says, picking up his pen again.
Where was I? Oh, right. The canned preserves. That was 12 crates crushed tomatoes, yes?
Dongmei shrugs. She'd discussed the possibility of some contingent support for this hidden community for continued food supplies, a low-risk proposition that fell within the range of your existing patrols. But there was nothing she could do if they weren't interested. In fact, it seemed like they wanted your mechs even further away than you'd been coming. Without their interest, there's not much for you to do but get back to moving beans. At least some fresh produce will go a long way towards keeping morale up at the nest, especially with all the injuries you've been taking lately. The Nest, Bemingui Canyon, Galatea, Lyran, Alliance, November 29, 3063. Dawn in the Bemingui Canyon came swaddled in a thin shroud of frosty mist, shimmering in the dim twilight like a rain frozen in time. You stepped out into the cold air, rubbing the sudden shiver from your arms as you moved from the warm airlock into the empty silence of the morning. Even 7 months later, you felt a stranger in the sterile barrens of Galatea. Even under a blue sky, you were an alien here. The Galatea you knew was steel and ferrocrete, titanium and transpex. It smelled like liquor and lubricant, and it sounded like hagglers and hawkers and hecklers. It was loud and obnoxious and full of rivals all looking to take your business. Even in the void of space, The dropships you've seen on have buzzed with their own mechanical life, the thrumming heartbeat of their fusion reactors. Out here, you had nothing to listen to but your thoughts, and they weren't all easy. Your unit was still intact, still fighting, and still hidden. Rookwood and Black Sparrow were happy, and despite the privations of this wilderness, you'd scoured and salvaged enough to keep on fighting. But at what cost? Kill the meat, save the metal, they said, the refrain of every seasoned captain, wise quartermaster, and house lord. But it rings hollow now that you, all of you, had your own unit to run. With only the luckiest uninjured, the only voices you could hear were your mistakes. The low rumble of the great hangar doors grinding back along their tracks rescued you from your ruminations. The tortured howl of its first yawn was gone, quieted by the ministrations of Black Sparrow's tech crews. Inside, the gantries stirred with signs of life. Hammocks swung near your mech's ankles now, as sparrows and soldiers alike moved out of the cramped caves. Light flooded the hangar, and the first shift stretched and yawned. Breakfast was oatmeal, as it has been for so many months, but a different spoonful of Amish jam most mornings made it more than good enough, and a soft-boiled egg now and then made this the best campaign food of your life. Whenever you thought of Rookwood, when you met him he hadn't exaggerated his sense of care for his people, and for the moment, all of his business acumen had been turned towards working with the locals that, it seemed, he knew well. You carried your grub to the usual circle of empty crates that have served you as a dining room for more than half a year now. Li Dongmei was up early too, as she always was. Her handless forearm braced her bowl against her chest. After a few bites, she picked up her tablet and began swiping through the satellite broadcast with her thumb. "Good morning," she said, as her spoon settled in the porridge. "Still not looking great out there. Prince Victor is still fighting on Coventry. 3rd Lyran regulars apparently surrendered on Woodbine." You returned the greeting. She didn't say it, but with the Steiner Davians still at each other's throats, the prospect of an intervention on Galatea seemed dim. Rookwood's initial predictions, once paranoid, now seemed all the more prescient, as Dongmei swiped past the word of Blake's interstellar bulletin to the local broadcasts. A quick toss and catch reoriented the tablet and deployed its stand in a single practiced motion, and she sat back to eat as the news recording began to play.
Last night saw increased violence across Galatea as several neighborhoods saw open fighting between rival battlement groups. We begin yesterday morning with the Yard Dogs rebuffed by the Swordbreakers from the Stillwater Creek region east of Galabort.
As polished as the broadcaster still was, he looked haggard, and the makeup barely concealed the bags beneath his eyes. You were sure his hair was salting with gray too. As always, he sat behind the station's logo, but now it was pierced through by the word of Blake's sword. The word, a splinter of Comstar's interstellar communications monopoly, had granted the news studios asylum at their compound. Of course, you had enough dealings with both the word and Comstar to know nothing they did was ever for free. But it helped to have some kind of basic intel.
As casualties mount, formerly prominent groups are beginning to recede. For instance, the Black Witches, who previously mounted a fierce resistance to the Grey Slayers taking over their position in Swartz Fields, have vanished. The Lines of Sky, a vocal and highly active band of anti-Steiner radicals who claimed a large rural territory northeast of Galatea City, are rumored to have suffered a leadership crisis in recent weeks and are hardly active. We turn now to our expert guest, Jackson Matta of the Mercenary Review and Bonding Commission. Jackson, with the collapse of several of these mercenary groups, why does the violence seem to be escalating?
The broadcaster offered a sad smile that creased a forehead capped with slicked black hair.
I hate to offer this as glib or simplistic, Juan, but the truth is these aren't mercenaries. The Mercenary Review and Bonding Commission has no record of any of the groups you've mentioned acting under bond and contract, and as such should not be recognized as mercenaries. Mercenaries act for an employer under a contract with specified terms to participate in a specified conflict. The chaos here on Galatea is not and never has been sanctioned by the MRBC. I want to be clear about that. The MRBC condemns in the strongest terms this sort of unsanctioned violence. Mercenaries do not engage in violence, intimidation, or claim territories for themselves.
Juan had been nodding along before asking the natural question.
But these combatants, they were all here looking for mercenary work only a few months ago. If they're not mercenaries, what are they? You should probably be calling these groups gangs in the criminal sense.
Jackson said, running a hand through his hair.
We've reported on the mounting casualties, especially over the last 6 weeks. Our viewers are eager to know, when will this end? Will they eventually kill each other off? I'm afraid it may be a while longer. Galatea was host to many dispossessed MechWarriors, and large stocks of weapons, ammunitions, and other material, both for mercenary work and for the Galatea Games. I'm afraid there's a lot more fuel left to burn.
Li Dongmei finishes her last bite and puts down her bowl. She hardly flinches at the news. Perhaps she, like you, has numbed to it. The Nest, Bemidji Canyon, Galatea, Lyran Alliance, January 2, 3064. A writhing mass of cables, ducts, and piping snaked through the sandstone caverns behind the Nest cavernous Mech Bay, leading the way to Leo Sharp's impromptu security hub. It's a far cry from the command decks that have given you direction on previous campaigns. A dozen or so screens mounted on the stone walls filled the cave with a wan blue light, silhouetting the Black Sparrow security management team against their video feeds. Leo was parked behind one of the hardened laptops, talking with your other lances on patrol. Over the month, he'd proven quiet and competent, relaying sensor signals from the scattered probes and cameras around the Nest Cheer unit and passing on important messages. More important, he seemed to understand what he didn't know. He stayed out of tactical comms and only spoke up when he saw something no one else had mentioned. As far as employer liaisons went, you'd seen worse. He registered your arrival with the barest wave of a hand. He folded it and tossed a thumb over his shoulder before returning to his work. Following his point around the curve of the rock took you deeper into the cave, lit from a crevice flashing with the lighting of an arc welder from the Mech Bay. This cul-de-sac, exposed though it was to the hangar, served as Julian Rookwood's office, and he welcomed you in with his usual gruff joviality. "Happy New Year," he said, standing to wave you forward and motioning you to the folding chairs next to Li Dongmei. He was back in his navy jumpsuit. You'd seen him as often as not up to the elbow in one of your machines. "I was glad to see your command staff on patrol on the holiday. I respect that. Happy workers are good workers, even under conditions such as these." He took his proffered handshake, and Li Dongmei looked up, a little startled. She looked tired, but that was no surprise. You knew she'd spent most of the last 3 weeks tending to the grievously injured mech warrior who'd been fleeing from the Claw and Order gang. Mech warriors got injured in battle all the time, but the needler shot to the abdomen wasn't the product of battle. It must have been a long-range shot, because any more would have probably been lethal. But fighting in that condition must have been agony. The infection had kept him asleep since.
"I just realized it's been a year since all this trouble kicked off,"
she said, uncrossing her legs though she kept her arms around her in a hug.
"A year of Galatea under siege."
"Indeed," Rookwood said, "and we're grateful. I was worried I had to make a hurried choice, but I've clearly made the right choice. There's no telling how long this will last, but if you're up for it, we'll keep you on as long as we can." The earnest comment was unusual for someone as bloody business-minded as Rookwood, especially with your contract renewal coming up. On the one hand, he was paying more in free repairs and letting you keep all the salvage the Chaos kept producing than in actual cash. But on the other, every dropship for hire had lifted as soon as Galliport had come under fire, so you were just as trapped as everyone else. "You've demonstrated yourself capable, quite flexible, and determined.
Especially some of the supply raids you've conducted haven't fallen strictly under the mandate of a purely defensive contract. So, I want to emphasize now that Dong Mei's proposal here is optional, but I'm hoping you'll hear her out on this. Dong Mei?
She sighed, pausing for a moment.
First, I wanted to thank you for all your efforts in the battle on December 10th, and apologize somewhat, as it was related to me.
She held up her hand, stalling your reactions.
I keep my Comstar account linked with an encrypted message box on the planetary network, just to stay in touch when I need to. That's how Mr. Rookwood asked for my help in finding you, for example. A few days before that battle, Sandy sent me an urgent message for help with his extraction from the Claw and Order gang. The ECM was, well, I'm just grateful we were able to recover him.
Quite, Rookwood said. Now who is Sandy, and what does he want to tell us?
Dong Mei gathered herself and sighed. She scrubbed her face with her good hand, and for the first time since you came in, both arms unwound from around her. She leaned forward, elbows to her knees, cradling her missing hand in the other.
The man you have in the sick bay is Timothy Sanders. I know him from my time in Rubinsky's Light Horse. Well, I guess we were joined up with Korsakov's Cossacks by then. I was already working contracts and training after my injury when he joined up. He was a good kid, put in the work, learned quick. I didn't even know he was on Galatea, but he must have come here after Black May.
You were struck by a sudden melancholy. You'd heard of the Lao attacks on Indicus and St. Ives before you'd arrived in Galatea. War was always an ugly business, especially for a mercenary. But nerve gas was beyond the pale. And then, to get caught up in this mess was a special kind of bad luck.
I think he was doing what he could to survive this mess when he fell in with Claw and Order. He says they've captured a rural hospital early in the conflict. They've been compelling cooperation by keeping their patients hostages at a separate site from their case. Apparently, they've moved on to taking dependents as hostages any time they can be identified.
Rookwood's brow furrowed in anger, and one of his fists curled.
Sandy says he found out when they combed through a village after a fight with another gang. Anyone useful got pulled off to support their ops, and anyone that could be used as leverage got sent somewhere else. Sandy doesn't know where, but he's no mech thief. He came to me for help. He doesn't know where they are, but he knows how the gang stays in touch with their hostage camp. Thinks if we can identify the relay, we'll be able to help. The question is, can you?
Yakamali Hills, Galatea, Lyran Alliance, March 27, 3064. Lying flat behind the lip of the ridge in the cold desert dew, you were glad for your poncho. Even so, every shift invited the chill morning air into your sleeves and the shivers that would crawl in with it. Li Dong Mei whistled, quiet and low, as she handed you the binoculars.
We're close,
she whispered.
Very close. I'm impressed, Jacob.
Jacob grunted. You took a moment to appraise the binoculars. They were simple but made and mended with incredible care. You'd been around enough military-grade optics to tell the lenses had been precision ground, but the hand-hammered aluminum casing looked like it had been rebuilt several times over their lifetime. The maker's mark was dated 2862, late in the Second Succession War. It was a far cry from your mech's advanced optical systems, without the kind of digital correction and enhancement you were used to. But a simple rotation of the focus knob brought the hostage camp in the valley into focus. Repurposed cargo crates draped in tarpaulins and long white tents cast long shadows in the orange dawn light, suggesting little kindness. The chain link fence tipped in razor wire suggested still less. Further back, a narrow canyon crisscrossed with dark spindles suggested a makeshift mech gantry, and the cables snaking out from it suggested portable power or other utilities. Nothing made Claw and Order's presence more obvious than the unmistakable triangular torso of the older model Vulcan standing just inside the gully. The VL-2T model was hardly a risk to most other mechs, even as beat up as your forces had become over the past year. But to the gang's hostages, it was a clear and present warning. Perhaps not as notorious as the arsonist Firestarter, but the Vulcan, too, was a god of fire.
"We could be a lot closer,"
Jacob Troyer said, taking back his binoculars and bringing them up beneath the brim of his straw hat.
"More tunnels. Keep going for another 500 meters. See the dry creek bed? There. They'll irrigate their fungus in the wet season from there."
You hadn't noticed, but if the Amish man was right, you could have come up almost within 100 meters or so of the camp. It was too low and exposed for recon, but you had a strong suspicion of what he was thinking. Li Dongmei, too.
"The only way we could get any of our people up through these mole tunnels would be with your help,"
she said, belly crawling backwards down below the top of the hillhawk.
"We couldn't ask that of you, Jacob. You've already done us a great favor with this recon."
Jacob scooted down after her, and you followed. He produced a soft handkerchief from a pocket of his overalls and wiped down the binoculars before capping them and tucking them into the leather carrying case slung around his neck with the same care. His lips pursed for a moment through his beard.
"I'm not saying we'll do it for you, Miss Lee. These are our neighbors, and I'll thank you for bringing them to our attention."
"I mean, I realize we traded you some small arms, but that's still an incredible risk,"
she said.
"I can't countenance involving you folks in this mess, and that's a full-on battle mech standing there. We're surely better positioned to take that out."
You couldn't help but agree. Wiping out the Vulcan would be trivial for one of your lances, and you'd gotten pretty accustomed to raiding in the chaos on Galatea. Jacob lifted his pack onto his shoulders, then slung his hunting rifle over his arm.
"As I've said, Miss Lee, these are our neighbors, and we'll help them because they're our neighbors,"
he said, motioning you both back down the scree.
"And with all due respect, you're both thinking like mech jockeys. You don't need a hammer for every job."
He snaked his way between twisted scrubby bushes with a practiced ease as you wobbled behind.
"They'll be tired, hungry, and desperate, and it won't do to have more fire around them than absolutely necessary. Now don't get me wrong, I know you want to help them too, and only a fool turns down the help offered by the Lord. So what I will ask for is a distraction. The rest of this gang is a task much better suited for our hammer."
"That's still a Vulcan standing watch back there,"
Li Dongmei said with a tinge of skepticism as Jacob reached the large stone that marked the exit to the mole warren. A fresh air vent, he'd explained on the way here.
Mech jockeys through and through,"
he said, pulling his straw hat down around his neck and strapping on a leather-bandled headlamp.
"A mech's no problem when there's no mech jockey, and that's just a man, and there's just the one. If you can keep it that way, we'll take care of the rest."
Li Dongmei cast you a worried glance as he began clambering down into the darkness. Stubborn though he is, there's a solid logic to his argument. The surest way to keep the hostages safe during any extraction would be stealth and surprise. You thought as Jacob navigated his bulk down the stones with surprising grace, and you realized that his baggy overalls concealed a pioneer's physique, in the same way his bucolic appearance belied the mind of a hunter. You gave her a nod.
"All right,"
she said.
"We'll pull their attention, but if there's any doubt, call it off. Please."
The circle of light bobbed in the dark as Jacob nodded.
We've seen what we need to. Now all we need is a plan and the Lord's providence."
The Nest, Bemidji Canyon, Galatea, Lyran Alliance. April 25, 3064. "Come with me," Rookwood said, wiping the blue streaks of actuator lubricant from his thick fingers with an old rag and a practiced twisting motion. Behind him, a team of Black Sparrow technicians in the same Navy overalls were winching the armor assembly back into place over the knee of one of your mechs. Aside from the patches of primer gray that betrayed the presence of new armor platings, it looked to be as battle-worthy as ever. Under the circumstances, hidden in a remote bivouac with only supplies they'd brought or that you'd scavenged, it was a minor miracle that your force was still as intact as it was. Other units would kill to have had Black Sparrow's tech support in the chaos, and of course, they had. Rookwood led you into the back of the nest, down a ramp mouth lipped with hazard stripes and a row of parked forklifts. The natural tunnel narrowed and lowered until a mech couldn't possibly have fit, and ended in a prodigious set of blast doors, which were presently ajar. He motioned you through, shifting you both onto an elevated pedestrian path lit by a string of overhead lamps while the roadway below remained in shadow. You've been to the ammo bunker before. The nest was too small for anything in it to be classified, and everyone pitched in when it came to getting repairs done. You'd a solid guess about what Rookwood wanted to show you, and when he threw down the oversized lighting switch just past the final door, you were regrettably correct. Rows of shelving stretched out into the cavernous space, revealed one by one as the banks of lights came on in sequence. But that's all there was. Aside from the occasional opened crate and the tidy piles of empty pallets, the nest's egg was spent. Sure, nearest the entrance were a few untouched stores, but they were mostly items your mechs didn't use. Rookwood leaned on the railing and let his shoulders hunch as he allowed his body to sag into his arms. "There you have it," he said. "Winchester. You know, I'd planned for a full year of hiding out here, plus some margin for error, but we're far ahead of schedule. The intensity of fighting has been beyond my expectations. If I'd known, I'd have made plans to move us off-world again, just like when we left Trell. Learning moment, I suppose. But where do you go in a civil war?" He looked back at you, a tired face striped in shadow from the actinic halogens. "Which is to say," he went on, "sadly, Black Sparrow can no longer uphold the supply clause of our contract for a further extension on our existing terms. Technical support, of course, we have in spades, but we've already broken open our last reserves of factory-fresh spares. Replacement armor plating is low, especially ferrofibrous. Anything you break, we have to try to rebuild and jury-rig, so we can't guarantee performance. We can still bankroll salaries, and you've done well by us. If you want to stay, we'll feed you too. But your machines are now carrying the last effective combat load we can offer." He finishes his outline, dark pupils flicking across each of you. His face is tired, but the brightness in his eyes has never waned. He wanted you to see this, that Black Sparrow was spent. There are no supplies here, not for you, not for anyone. "If I may," he added, "I feel like this is your dilemma. If you stay here with us, we'd be pleased to have you. Maybe we can lay low until everything blows over, but it doesn't sound like the Royals have settled the family disagreement. One good attack means you can't resupply, and I feel like the sharks will come when they smell the blood. The other choice, maybe, is wager it on another supply raid. The gangs have to be low on supplies too, and they haven't had the kinds of repairs and support we have here. That might give you the edge you need." He held his hands up, palms outward, and stepped back. He didn't need to say it. These are strategic calls that you needed to make with your colleagues. "I'll leave you to it," he said. "You've done incredible work for us over the last 16 months. My people are safe, and that's all that matters. Whatever you decide, I'll be filing my references for you with the MHRB as soon as this planet stabilizes. On behalf of everyone at Black Sparrow, you have my thanks. Let us know what you'd like to do next." He offers each of you a handshake, firm and sincere, and heads off up the tunnel. You watch him go. None of this was a surprise. You'd seen the dwindling stocks, and Rookwood's careful effort to husband the supplies as carefully as possible. Every contract had to end eventually. And it was the end of this one. For now. Rookwood's right about a lot of things. Despite your best efforts to lay low with Black Sparrow, you'd been as caught up in the conflict as anyone. The lines of Sky and Claw and Order had both come apart under your guns, their territory snapped up by neighboring gangs, and half of them were in it as much for glory as plunder, it seemed. Someone would come eventually. There was still the matter of transport. Staying on Galatea under these conditions seemed a fool's errand, but no dropship pilot would be stupid enough to land while the gang still controlled Galaport. Neither option was good. You turned to the rest of your team for a long night of discussion. Swartz Flats, Galatea City, Galatea, Lyran Alliance, May 2, 3064. Two packs of Grey Titans jousted along the lists formed by the Koto Canal, shaking the earth as they charged along its banks. The air rang with the thunder of galloping endosteel hooves on ferrocrete, and had the burned-out low-rises any windows still, they would have shattered in the storm. Instead, the facade shivered and wept, shedding pieces of soot-stained bricks. In better days, Cameron Park had swaddled the canal and its bridges in luscious jacarandas, the perfect cradle for a gentrified neighborhood. But as the Grey Slayers charged, the scorched lawns and dust bowl flower beds were less than an afterthought to be ground under their ash and black-stripped feet. Their mechs took less than a minute to sprint up the boulevards lining the canal, whipping past the smoke-stained ruins of the pastel-fronted apartments that had once been tourist attractions as much as luxury homes. Group W held their nerve, taking positions from their end of the parkland, anchored by the unmistakable beaked and bird-like shape of a marauder clad in digital urban camouflage they'd adopted for this campaign. Brilliant peach under the reflected sunset, the water of the canal flashed an electric cyan as its twin particle cannons discharged suppressing fire in 5-second clockwork ticks at the advancing horde. One of the slayers, a dervish, rose above the cobalt flames on jets of flame to fling a reply of long-range missiles from the boxy double launchers mounted like a harness on its chest. If they'd hoped to dislodge the Marauder, they would have been disappointed. Explosions rippled along the Marauder's narrow spine, cascading broken armor plates to the street, but it remained unmoved. Instead, the Marauder rooted itself to its position and its mission, and was rewarded as it caught the Slayer's lead mech, a crest-helmeted Centurion, with first one particle beam, and then another. The shield-like armor plate above the Centurion's left shoulder cracked with St. Elmo's fire, and exploded under the relativistic stream, and even as it flexed its arm into a boxer's block, the second blow caught it in the ribs. It doubled over like a gut-shot soldier, and in that second, the shadow of its new foe stepped out from a cross street. A Group W grasshopper, more man-shaped than insect, swung an armored fist back and delivered a powerful overhead hook to the Centurion's mauled shoulder, shattering the remaining plating and digging into the more fragile innards. The Centurion dropped to a knee under the blow, and the grasshopper squared up, no doubt intending to skewer its stricken enemy with a brace of lasers mounted throughout its torso. And it would have, had not a Slayer axeman skated up the canal on jump jets at full burn, barely above the steaming water's surface, and smashed its namesake hatchet into the grasshopper's thigh. Metal screamed and squealed, and the grasshopper's stance buckled as the sharpened slab of reinforced heavy steel cut deep. The ferrocrete pavement glowed molten as its lasers missed the fallen Centurion. Then, it was the grasshopper's turn to fear as the axeman hunched forward and fired the massive autocannon built into its broad shoulder, joined a moment later by the recovering Centurion adding its own barking cannon to the fight. The grasshopper stumbled, punch-drunk, and collapsed, arms akimbo, into the homes behind it. But all the while, the Marauder was firing and firing, flaying armor from the onrushing Slayers. Across the canal, a Group W Star Slayer sighted the twin barrel of its heavy combat lasers into the melee and struck. Facing the fallen grasshopper, the axemen never registered the new attacker, even as the glittering blue beams converged on its thin rear armor and melted through. Their bite found purchase, and a gout of fire erupted from the axemen's backs as autocannon ammunition cooked off. The corrugated steel platform vibrated beneath you with the detonation. You felt it even 2 kilometers away, lying prone on the roof of the ruins of the Cypress Tower condominium. The explosion was bright enough to blind, and even though your binoculars automatically darkened, you still turned away, squeezing your eyes shut. When you looked back, the axeman was still standing, still fighting, as the grasshopper stood up and fired its lasers again, this time finding the wounded Centurion and savaging it further. A civilian might have been astounded by the axeman's resilience, but you knew better. The axeman wasn't carrying a full load of ammunition, even with its advanced ammunition compartments and blowout magazine panels. That kind of brew-up this early in the fight should have torn the machine practically in half. You reckoned maybe a 20% ammunition load, maybe less. The shot that had laid out the grasshopper was one of the pilot's last rounds. It explained the reckless abandon with which the Grey Slayers were rushing into close quarters. "Support fires," one of your companions whispered. You looked up in time to see a screaming flock of missiles arcing over Swartz Flats from the direction of Galliport. Dozens of long-range missiles in a spread that suggested no fewer than a full lance of indirect fire mechs, and among them, at least 2 archers or longbows. The hail of explosives fell upon the Slayers' formation like a murder of angry crows. Mechs slowed and huddled under the onslaught. The meager effort you'd seen earlier from the dervish was pitiful by comparison. It told you everything you needed to know. Your supply raid to Galatea City was doomed. All the ammunition and supplies that had been stockpiled here for mercenary trade in the Galatea Games was gone, frittered away in this senseless conflict. There was no cash to recover and take back to a nest. It was just you, the gangs, and Group W sweeping through like a scythe at harvest. The grasshopper made the point by standing as though all the punishment it had taken was a mere nuisance and kicking the gyro out of the broken axeman's guts. The marauder was still there, barely scratched, firing away. 1, 2, on the dervish's legs. 1, 2, as the Centurion tried to stand again. And then another brutal wave of missiles came in, and another. Group W had ammo to share, but they didn't seem to trust you, and the gangs were desperate and untrustworthy. You shimmied back into cover, looking down into the abandoned shopping complex that was sheltering your machines. Your cockpit glinted up at you from the broken skylight of the food court. Gangs or Group W, you knew the only way out was through. But from your position, wounded and low on firepower, you knew you couldn't handle it alone. Galliport Beach, Galatea City, Galatea, Lyran Alliance, May 13, 3064. Silver spume surged on the pitching black waves of the inland sea, casting flecks of foam that mirrored the froth of the Milky Way stretched taut across the vault of the sky. High tide breakers surged along the beach, cresting and falling in the darkness splayed before the ruins of Galatea. Stars once lost to sweep of spotlights and neon noise shone down on the doomed city, sweet and silent. A wave swept up to the beach, washing over a broad, rounded green stone with a gentle hush. Then another. But as it receded, a dim red glow flickered in the shallows. Then, the thrum of a fusion reactor, and the stone lifted out of the water, betraying it as the disk of a generous battle mech's forward chassis. Steeped in the red light of his cockpit, Jackson Al-Najjar could appreciate the poetry of a quiet moment. But he'd spent his Friday staring at wet sand. It was time. The Jenner dipped into the ink of the waves. It took smarts to be a good recon pilot, And that he was. It was smart to catch the word of Blake transmission, smarter still to keep it from Oyabun, and it was brilliant to cut his power and fall into the waves during the Swordbreaker's desperate charge for Galliport. If Yajima and the rest of the boys wanted to make themselves hunted pirates, good for them. Half of them were Yakuza anyway. Slowed and buffeted by the currents, his Jenner pushed through the water like a suited diver for the backside of Grey Cliff Island. Rounding a boulder, Klaxon sounded his sonar targets locked from a half-dozen torpedo emplacements fixed on him. But none fired. Definitely the right place.
Welcome, MechWarrior.
An acolyte cooed, somehow taking over his comms without hailing for a channel. Spooky. Very Blake.
Please keep your weapons unpowered and proceed up the ramp.
Water tumbled from the generous slope sides as it punched up through the waves into a gauntlet of ivory white sentries, radiating silent menace in strange forms. His sensors flickered, the computer reciting new names for mechs he didn't know. One almost looked like his Jenner, with a low-rounded head flanked by weapon pods on bat-canted legs. A Raijin. A skinny humanoid like an Axeman on a diet, Buccaneer, the computer said. A fat, squat Grand Crusader bristling with missiles waved a handless, laser-barreled arm towards the gigantic white egg of an Overlord dropship on the tarmac.
Welcome to Blake's Embrace. As promised, you may now board Toyama's Wisdom. Power down your mech in Bay 5, and an adept will escort you to our contract negotiator.
Nothing in the universe was free, of course. Word of Blake wanted to use him, and it looked very much like they were getting ready for serious business. He'd use them to get out, with all the loot he'd picked up over the year. Then, he'd be legit. Why be a pirate when you can make out like one? The bay ramp draped in floodlights opened down towards him, revealing most of a company of other battered gang members, survivors, and mercenaries huddled in the ship's belly. Galatea City, Galatea, Lyran Alliance, July 2, 3064. Gravel crackled and scratched under her heavy black boots as Li Dongmei clambered up the pile of rubble that had once been her office. Shattered concrete sheets piled atop each other, and rusted rebar hands groped for the sky, skeletons grieving for a safety long past. Her space had been on the second of 5 floors, Spartan but tidy. A sleek desk, a mini fridge, and a hot plate. In the closet, a bunk and her clothes. She sighed, resting her thumb in the sleeves of the black windbreaker tied around her waist. She'd wondered if there was anything left to salvage riding into town on Rookwood's convoy the previous night. But she'd need a backhoe and a sieve to serve that hope now. The thought of asking Rookwood himself flitted across her mind, but she put it aside. Rookwood was already talking to the Duke about demolition and reconstruction, and Group W about ancillary technical support at the same time. Black Sparrow would be far too busy to humor maudlin sentimentality. Mostly, she'd hoped for the memory box with her medals and memorabilia, from the Cossacks, Rubinskys, and the Canopian Fusiliers before. Lives passed. Oh well. She'd everything important. Her network, her knowledge, her computer, and her accounts. Everything a girl needed to start over. She stretched, her neck popping under the sunlight, and turned a circle to take in the rubble. Compared to what she'd seen from her mercenaries' battle ROMs recorded during their raids, the city was starting to look better. No active burning and smoke, for one thing, and signs of life. The market in the neighborhood square with small piles of vegetables spread out on salvaged tarps. From her perch, even Group W's gray stippled mechs were taking distance from the city, patrolling the edges of suburbs. The militia had taken over security, mostly, but the battered police ground car rattling past suggested the constabulary was being reinstated. She hadn't seen any signs of her mercenaries, though. Not yet. Group W had shut down the planetary net to keep the gangs from coordinating as soon as Duke Nowakowski had given them free rein, so she hadn't gotten a message to or from anyone outside the nest since. Rookwood and Black Sparrow had done what they could, but there could be no doubt that whoever they ran into, the fighting had been vicious and brutal. Rumor had it, Group W had linked up with one of the few legitimate surviving contract holders still on planet. It could be her friends. There weren't many of those around, so maybe it was her friends. They'd been tactical and professional throughout, a good fit for Group W, assuming they didn't get lost in the last days of the conflict. But if her mercenaries were still alive, well, serious people who wanted serious work done knew Li Dongmei, because Li Dongmei knew serious people who could do serious work. And the next time she saw them, she'd have another contract ready to sign. And that brings us to an end of another deployment of BungleTech. If you haven't heard enough about the GCI and are interested in hearing a little bit more from a different perspective, I was recently interviewed by Brent and Zemer on their Twitch channel and have as well linked that interview in the show description. As always, you can find us via Discord, email, Twitter, and Patreon, all linked in the description. To all our current and future Patreon supporters, you are the fusion in our engines. Until next time, MechWarriors, good fortunes on the battlefield. Selah.
All podcast objectives complete. Podcast shutdown sequence initiated.